Oh yeah, I've seen. I've heard that even. I played yesterday though. Okay. And you're not. Alan. Alan. If you're not like that, and they open the bag and I'm not supposed to, who gets in trouble? You. Did I worry about it? Oh, right. Do you have your student ID with you?
I do.
You do. Thank you very much. Somebody done that to me yesterday, and I gave them a look.
Oh,
You can't open your bag at the moment. I've got to two more.
I used to be in a good one today as well, don't I?
Well, karma is a weird thing, Isaac. Sorry. We need two people at least to open the bag. Security. This might be number two. Oh, do you have your student ID with you, please, sir?
You've got position on me for what?
Yeah. See, do you want tea?
Where's it now?
You learn the hard way as well. I've got my hand out. Don't do that. It's not very nice, Jack. Because if I'd done that to you, you'd be very.
The problem is, what I always find is when it's from like handing money over and
Yeah,
stuff.
you always have to put it on the table.
It always.
When my hand's out like that, you think I'm going to struggle in front of the table. Jack, I'm going to get off on the wrong foot today, sir.
I'm very sorry. I'll try and bust it and get a video.
I can do the quest if you want.
I still haven't had aces or kings or tournaments.
Don't do this sort of request. Gentlemen, if you want to open your bags, by all means.
Yes.
I'll make a fancy.
Much.
You guys have all been on the feature table before? You have, you've not. Nope. What happens is there's a box in front of you when you move your bag. You have to put the two cards on that box for a couple of seconds, then registers there. You are on a 30-minute delay as well, so we'll ask you to mind your P's and Q's, to represent the students at the university and what have you. You cannot use any electronic devices on the table. If you need to take a call or text, you have to step away from the table.
So I go to the right.
Yeah. Okay. You can listen to music, there's no problem doing that at all. You can't, unfortunately, use any electronic devices. Okay. Apart from that, enjoy it.
Even if we're not in a hand, you have to wait.
You have to take a, if you're going to use it. Okay, let's maybe do no problem. You can't use this one. You have your ID with you. This gentleman does not have any student identification.
He's out. Yeah, give him all the chips this time. I'm sure you're
No, I'm squinting because I probably need to go to the opticians. Well, how have I managed to do deep stack this year?
how much
overall?
1.6-ish, 1.59. What about yourself?
It's all pretty flat.
It's all, yeah, it's a couple of short stacks, maybe the rest of them. It's all got 50 bigs in them as well.
Okay, this guy's short. Yeah, he's
got one. The short start at 7. 15k.
Yeah. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, yeah? No.
You can step back.
You can step away from the table and you can can't do that. Your box is going to be box number 4.
This one here.
Yeah, this one here. 5, yours is 6, is here. 8 is here, and 9 is here. Yours is going to be number 2, is this one here.
I only got an email yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Was that the fake account you set up? You were talking about, yeah.
I get my mum to send me a picture of my
No problem.
To the final day of the Student Championships. Yesterday was mental. We started the whole tournament at 965 runners. 193 started yesterday. We're down to 11. Absolutely crazy day yesterday. We'll quickly run through the players that are left in seat number 1 on table number 2. Yunus Barakat from UCL, 2.2 million and chip leader. In seat 2, Ross Duffin is from Plymouth University, 101,756,000. Seat 3, where's George? Where's George Gover? He's from Sussex. He's on 1.9 million. Somebody tell him that he needs to get his chips out in his bag very soon. Ramsey Sherrod from Leeds on 478,000. And Matthew Nollett from the Tika Online College, 556,000. He is the short stack, but as we know in this game, anything can happen. Over to our feature table on in seat number 1 from Surrey, 1,416,000. Damon Wilson from Warwick University, Chun Kwok is in seat number 2, 575,000. In 3 from Leicester is Isaac Carlisle, 1.59 million. From Southampton, Jack Armiger is currently sat with 1.6 million chips, and a couple of players that have just gone for a cup of tea before we start. One of the favourites, Dan Pope from Exeter, in seat number 5, 1.3 million, and at the moment not without chips. From Strathclyde, Lee Patterson on 770,000. This lady is in charge of the team event. She's going to tell us who's winning the team event. Bournemouth are winning.
I think they've lost some bad players.
Yeah, they have. Nobody from Bournemouth is sat with the final 11 players. It's going to be an interesting day. Tell all your friends that this is where the fun is on a Sunday afternoon. Straight over to the live table, 11 to a champion. Good afternoon, one and all. As you can see, we are just about to start the final day. Hope you are well. On our table, we have Damien Wilson, Chunkwok, Isaac Carlisle, Jack Armagi, Daniel Pope and Lee Patterson. They are the players. Lee not in the building just yet. We are just about to start. Good afternoon everybody in the chat box. Hope you're enjoying the live stream from the Student Championships. Always good to come down here. Always good to come down to the Student Championships. And you never know, in a couple of weeks' time, we might see some of you at Reading for the GUKPT. The next 25-25, by the way, is by the seaside. Next weekend is Blackpool. The GUKPT 25-25 is in Blackpool next week. But Reading 25, Reading 20. We've just had a 25-25 in Reading. We will be in Reading for the GUKPT. Starts next Sunday, a week today. The 10 seats guaranteed starts a week today. Hope you can join in the fun. And it would be good to see some of the guys that have played this event. The 965 entries, we will be seeing some in Reading.
Well, no, what's your name? Lee. Yeah, over there. So seat 4. Okay? Seat 4. It works like 20, 17. How do you manage to do that? Pretty good.
So we're just about to start. Blinds 15,000, 30,000. Hope everybody is well. There is a decent rail from the guys that have stayed the full weekend. The beer is already flowing. So Yanis, just telling everybody we're down to 11. If we lose one, we're down to 10, which means the final table bubble. And then that will be hand for hand until we reach the final. Don't like that noise. So first hand is upon us. Here we go. $15,000, $30,000, running ante of 3,000. Average stack is 45 big blinds. So we've got Surrey, Warwick, Leicester, Southampton, Exeter and Strathclyde. So Jack under the gun raises to 60. Lee in the cutoff gets out of the way. The button also gets out of the way. Next out is £260 for your £30 buy-in, 7 times your money.
Okay, we have an all-in for the feature table.
Raise to 60. Cool.
So Damon in the cut-off, standard race 60,000. Chun calls with ace 9 of hearts. Isaac with the deuce 7. Flop of Queen, Queen, Ace. Chunt with Ace 9. C-bet from Damon, pretty standard. There's Chunt. Raises a lot. And everybody gets out of the way. So we have lost a player on table number 2. Mr. Anon, apparently. We're down to 10, which means we're on the final table bubble, which means we are hand for hand. It didn't take long to lose the guy from Leeds. Lost one. We are hand for hand for the final. So Damon under the gun. 1.2 million. Jack, pocket tens. Jack from Southampton. He raises to 140,000. Damon should come over the top in seat 1, which he does. Now, is this going all in and a call? Is this going all the way? Is this going all the way, or does he think the 10s aren't good in this situation? What do we do, guys? Standard raise. Well, there's a raise under the gun. Shows quite a bit of strength. Nice, folded the 10s. He's folded the pocket 10s. Tricky spot with 10s. Very next hand, Lee has Ace Queen. Ace Queen of Hearts, 626,000, 20 bigs. Do we open shove? Or do we stick in a raise? Oh, we're stuck in a raise. Damon. There's Ace Jack, he moves all in. The Ace Queen is favourite to double. We have an all in and a call situation. We have to wait till table 2 finishes. So there's no advantage gained. We have an all in and a call situation. It's the first all in and a call as we head towards the final table. So they're on the backs. Ace Jack against Ace Queen. Ace Queen, big favourite to double up. King, King 7. Ace Queen still playing. Just needs to fade a jack to survive. And does. Actually hits the Queen. So the Ace Queen doubles up Lee from Strathclyde in seat number 9. Doubles up. So the first double up we have had. We are still hand for hand. Lee doubles up to about 1.3 mil. So, counted the chips, everything's right. Back on to the next time. First double up as we are heads for the final table. Hand for hand for the final table. As soon as we get an all in and a call, obviously you'll see the hand if it's on the outer table. Then we'll be getting the video if it's on our table, whenever it may be. You will see it live. So we see a flop. Jack 9-2. Two spades. Isaac defending his big blind with 4-7. Yeah.
He's going now. What are you raising? No. Oh yes. 3 o'clock one time. 3 o'clock double. 7 o'clock. What could you?
You're raising.
Keep
it on what? Just put it.
So still hand for hand. Damon, seat number 1 in the cut-off with ace-10. Chun Kwok. Calls on the button. King Jack suited. And the big blind defends with the old 6-9. Actually hits, and the only person to hit, so takes the lead. Oh, he takes the lead even more now. Wins the hand on the turn. Will he check? Check the flop, he should check the turn. Well, he bets 100,000. The ace 10 from Damon calls. Shunquat gets out of the way. Well, does he fire again? Knowing he's been called on the turn, does he think that Damon might fire out on the river, so a check might be a good option? He's been called once. If he checks on the river, does he think that Damon's going to fire on the river? So Jack, reaching for chips, can't for the life think that Damon is going to be calling with ace high. Looks like about 250,000. No, ace 10. Is my ace good on this board? If my ace is good, is my kicker any good? He calls. Wow, he calls with ace 10 to see 6-9. What's he defending his big blind with? A 6 and a 9. So still waiting for the outer table. Hand for hand for the final. 10 players left. So Isaac on the button, raises, standard raise. Big blind defends with ace 4. And then we see a flop of 2, Queen, Jack. Leon the Big with 1.2 mil. Isaac 10 playing at the moment. So a check and a check. Small bet called by Leon the flop. Now ace 4. How good is ace 4 in this situation? And he has to release the ace 4 after Isaac puts in another bet. Bluffing with the best of it. Everybody sits down. Still hand for hand for the final Damon. 13 bigs. Short stack on our table. Welcome to Coventry and the Student Union Championships final day. Started on 11, we've got 10. Real bomb on it.
How's your day going?
Very good, Q, very good. Always good to see you.
We're back again.
Just the 965 runners this year.
Yeah.
Plus
The growth in this tournament.
plus the
was spectacular.
25,000 Wasp fans that were in yesterday.
Yes, it was a big day yesterday. Just to put it in context for you, Phil. I mean, you remember when we used to have used to come to Walsall when I used to work there?
Yes.
Yesterday's single day attendance in this casino was nearly twice what our weekly attendance used to be. Which is something you get used to. Did you see me dealing yesterday? I was on the roulette table yesterday.
How many people through the door yesterday?
3,500.
3,500 people
go,
through the door.
excuse me.
Always busy. Always busy, that queue. That queue. What a nice fella. Promotions guy here down at Coventry. Blinds not.
Welcome to the final table of the UKSPC. We have 61 units. We see
Yeah, he was to your left.
No, he's up. Oh, to my left.
Yeah, Galaxy 9, the one with the University of Sussex video. Well, I doubt that's going to stop him coming in.
He's coughing the whole time.
Yeah, but still.
Maybe. Oh yeah, he came, he sat down right between the chips.
Yeah. Then he lost ace 7 to your 7. Was it your 7s? Beat his ace 7.
Oh, is it that guy?
With the hoodie.
Yeah, that makes sense. That is good.
So still hand for the final.
Oh, right.
And to the last, we take the 9 o'clock.
Right side is.
Damon moves all in with his 9 jack. Isaac calls with the ace. They're waiting for the second table to finish. Damon is at risk. Waiting for table 2 to finish, and it has. We're going on the backs. Damien is at risk and has jack 9. Only just behind percentage wise. So not in bad shape. So Damon needs to hit to survive. Does he do it for Surrey University? Here we go. All the crowd are running round. They're shouting and screaming. A jack has hit the flop. A jack has hit the flop for Damon. Oh, the worst possible scenario is an ace on the turn. He now needs to hit again to survive. A jack or a 9. It's a 10. It's a 10. He hits the flop. He gets outdrawn on the turn. Damon Wilson is bubble boy for the final table. Well done to everybody for making the final. We are down to 9 from 965. £290 for Damon as we head to the final. Back in 10 minutes with that final. Get yourself a cuppa and then you can come back and sit and relax for the final. Back in 10 minutes.
No, I'm just going to check these.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, guys, can you put the chips in the racks for me, please? Okay, all the chips in the racks, please, for me.
This is 6, right? Yeah. Great.
You're 6, yeah?
Yeah, well, what I was, and that was.
It's the same city.
Yeah. Alright.
Okay, just a second, we're going to push the chairs in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What seat you on?
6.
You are in seat 6 now, yeah? In check.
6.
Is that they yours? Are they all yours, yeah?
Yeah, C2.
You will have 10 minutes, so if you put your chips in your right seat, whose are chips in seat 3? Are they yours? So which seat's on? Originally, okay? Seat 7. Okay, just keep them there. Keep them in the racks at the moment. I'm going to do everything. So that's why you have a break.
Is there a break?
Yeah, you have to break now, guys.
10 minutes left.
Okay, see you in 2 minutes.
Yeah, you got stuck in cheese. No, that's all right. Just leave it there. Just leave it there. Just leave it there. We will do it for you. Yeah, but oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Just leave it.
Yeah, I guess.
Can you go break?
Can we have more? It's gone.
How did you not leave a nice place?
Need more 25. What's the? No.
So you want 25, not 100?
25.
Okay, well then I'm going to have to bring the mad question.
How many is in the top?
We have like 500.
So how many we have actually? Let's see. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 22, 24, 27, 32, 36. Oh, you only have 4 million in 500,000. Sorry, 42 stacks. It's not even 4 million. 2 million in 500. It's not point having it.
Yeah. I can get some more out, and I'll see what we can get them for me. Whoa, that was me. That went through my hair as well.
I do the same.
Yeah. You on seat one again?
Yeah, let's get it out. I've got a chip sheet.
You need exactly.
Yes, I need it.
No? The sheet left the chip count. It's on the table again. Yeah, there you go.
It's about 7 minutes. Okay. We'll start there.
1,186.
It is. Take them back.
Thirteen, 7. 1, 3, 7.
What do you want to take off then?
604.
Right, I'll let you carry on taking that.
19, 12. 1, 9, 12.
And that's
2,411,000. Seat one.
2,411.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1797. You found this one. 6, 7, 8, 9, million 44.
1,044.
Yeah, sounds good. Did you count this one?
Leave it. 2,231,000. Seat two. One 847. 1,847,000.
Thank you.
What about cheaper?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, 5, 6. No, I said. Yeah, she's doing. Some tak sam.
Go back to 4 again.
Yeah, seat 4, dealer bug.
If you them.
Okay, 6, 7.
And rushing.
No rush. This is one, eh? There is any pen? No? With one more pen.
15.
So why do you need so many pens?
They need to write the information.
Yanis.
There's 9 people, we need 9 pens.
You may slap him a few times.
How many pens?
Few. 3 times.
That's Dean. Z5 doesn't need because he's not here yet.
Way too much to hangover.
Speak English, please. Speak English.
What was that? 16, 17, 18, 47. Не верю никому, зато 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 10, 44. No, we're just trying to
Came back with like $3. Do you have any art?
Are you sure? Are you sure about you sure?
Taking any others?
Yeah, just 200.
Yes. No, it's 75. 18, no, it's more. 18, 87. You continue 2 times. 75, 80. It's 86. Yeah, can I have one also?
Sure you want.
All good. All good.
Can you just read it through, fill in the details for us, please? Oh, there's pens on the table.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, can you just read through and fill in the details for us, please? Just take your seats. Is there anyone, guys, he's not here yet. George. Oh, no. There's a pen in front of you. There's a pen in front of you. Guys, I have a question for you all. Is there anything how you want me to call you on the microphone? So, like, nicknames. So, Eunice. Yeah? Eunice is fine. Isaac, Daniel, or Dan? Matt. Do you want Top Dog? I'll call you Top Dog. That's fine. I'll call you Top Dog. Whatever you want. What? One time. Send it. Okay, Jack?
Yep.
Yeah. Chun?
Joseph.
Joseph. Okay.
Like what?
John. Joseph.
Lee? Big LP. Big LP.
Big fat LP.
That's what all my friends think.
It's like what? I'm trying to remember where I know that name from. It's like
Yeah.
professional video game or maybe. Big LP. I don't know. Sorry, that was not. I'm a drummer with Sorry, that sounded terrible. Sorry, no, it's some guy screaming. He's screaming, big fat LP. That was my biggest friend from
That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
It's not going to be put on the screen.
Okay. Filled in? Yeah, can I take that? Okay. I'm going to take some chips off as well. 400,000. 400. Biggest one. Anyone else filled in their details? Ross? I'm gonna take that. 200,000 for you, yeah? Okay. Oh no. That was Thank you. Okay, we're taking some chips away. You can keep the pens. Units below inside. 300, yeah? And 7.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Dr. Lucas. What? I don't know. You took my joke.
Nice. Is the chip aesthetics right?
Well, you can see all the finalists just about sitting down ready to start. The chips have been, some chips have been upped, a lot of 25,000 chips. I'm not sure if the 100,000s are in play yet. 14 million chips. You'd think the 100,000s were in play. They're the pink ones. Not sure if they're actually in play yet, but be good to see them on the final with so many chips in play. But in seat 1, Eunice Barakat, 2,411,000. Eunice from the UCL, 21-year-old, originally from Italy, mathematics student. See, mathematics with a German language from Italy, living in England. Tell you what, these kids, they're the future. Just been playing poker for 2 years. The UCL Poker Society is where he started. And he plays a little bit of cash. In seat 2, Isaac Carlisle, 2.2 million. Isaac from Leicester. He's originally from Nottingham, studying in Leicester. He's only been playing for 6 months. And he says he's a 19-year-old. What would you spend your winnings on? Beer and holidays. That's the best answer you could ever think of. Dan Pope, seat 3, 1.8 million from Exeter. Studying economics. Bought in directly, 20 years old. He's been playing 5 years. If you're only 20, you started pretty young. What will you spend your winnings on? Probably alcohol. There's a trend. There is a trend amongst the students. In seat 4, Matt Knowlett, 1,044,000. Online studying engineering from Coventry. He will put his money, his winnings towards savings now. That's a clever lad. Matt starting the final on 1,044,000. In seat number 5, George Gorvet, 1.7 million chips. George from Sussex, studying politics. And his biggest poker win is $18,000, which means he plays online. Nice touch online, and he will spend his winnings on beer. Liking it. Oscar, we'll swap seats. Oscar, sit there, sir. In seat number 6, Jack Armage, 23-year-old from Bristol, studying maths. What will you spend your winnings on? Beer. There you go, you see, there is a trend. Joseph Kwok, Joe from Warwick. Joseph will come to the final on 604,000 as the short stack. Entrepreneurship. Now I like it a lot. And he is not going to spend his winnings. See, clever lad. Lee Patterson is seat number 8, 1.3 million. Lee from Glasgow at Strathclyde College, 19 years old. And finally, in seat number 9 is Ross Duffin. Ross is from Milton Keynes, studying at Plymouth, and he's studying business. There you go, you see. That is the final 9 players. In the commentary box, Oscar did it last year. He's back again this year. Good afternoon, Oscar.
Hello. Having not made the final table again, I'm back to commentate on it.
Who are you supporting?
Dan Pope, he's from my uni.
Dan Pope.
Good lad.
You can join, you can have a sit-in. Do you want to sit in for the first 10 minutes? We'll leave it to the professionals. So Oscar and Ant will not be swearing. That's the only. There's only one stipulation: is you don't swear. They called the cavalry in over the weekend. I had to come down for my weekend off. I was in my Bermuda shorts on the beach. Tower, we need you. They're swearing online. Can you sort it out? Here I am. So we're going to leave it for Oscar. Sorry, Richard? Ant. We're going to leave Oscar and Ant in charge for 10 minutes, and we'll see you back. But we are just starting the final of the student champions. So here you go, guys. Catch you in a bit.
Nice one. Cheers. Cheers.
Nice to see you, Plant.
Cheers. You alright, Oscar?
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, good. Who's your man? Dan Pope.
Dan Pope.
We
Who
got
are you with?
Seat 1, Yunus Barakat.
Yunus.
The best there is.
Where's he from?
He's from Italy.
Italy.
Where's Dan Pope from?
England. Exeter. We go to Exeter Uni together.
Yeah, no, I remember Dan Pope from last year.
He's a good player, good solid player. So who we see here, Joseph opening under the gun, shoving under the gun for 600k. About 20 bigs under the gun. See first hand.
Is this the first hand?
I think so.
We're not allowed to spoil anything either, even though we've seen the first half an hour. Yeah, you remember that big thing that happened with the Project Chapter? But it was match.
With a huge 9-way all in.
Yeah, that was.
So how's Eunice as a player? How do you know Eunice? How would you rate Eunice?
Absolutely terrible. he's running really well and he's playing well. He deserves a win, I think.
Why?
Because all the anguish that poker has caused him. Oh, Jack took the lead. So at this stage, Eunice is second. Where's your man?
Dan Pope, fourth with 1.8. A lot of similar chip stacks at the moment.
Yeah.
No one's particularly short. Should see a lot of good poker being played. Not too many push off.
We're not even in with a shout for the team event. UCL.
Is that you plan?
Nope. No. It's like you plan, but less good. Yeah. He can't. Can Eunice bink it for us? I don't think if he takes if he binks the entire thing, can he get it? And he's still short on the mark.
Yeah. So we got looks like it'll probably be Plymouth.
All right, Plymouth.
Here we are, holding round to George on the button.
So Plymouth are formed at the moment.
Looks like George raises the button with King 3 offsuit.
So yeah, Plymouth need a top 5 finish to win the team event, but they've only got one runner.
So George raises on the button. So 60,000 with King 3. It's a good raise with the short stack in the big blind, as he's going to put a lot of his. His big blind's going to have to put a lot of his stack in to continue.
Got a notepad so I can write down some of these.
No.
So I'll grab a piece of paper from somewhere.
So we see a call from Joseph. 8-6 deuce flop, 2 hearts. Expect George to continue a lot here, given in Joseph's range he has a lot of broad race type of hands. Looks like George is counting out continuation bets. And Joseph folds. Out of Joseph's stack, I'm quite surprised that he didn't. It depends what he believes George to be, whether he believes he is an aggressive player or quite a tight player. I played with George quite a lot in the high roller and in the main event, and I know George to be a very good aggressive player. So, given that information, I certainly know Joseph can profitably shove over the top of George's raise. He's now lost about.
Joseph's the man who was on 4, so I wasn't looking. Not very good at this. Joseph had 407 by the end of the hand, right?
By the end of the 7, he just lost
about
third of his stack there.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be doing too much opening fold.
Yeah, it could be a mistake from Joseph there, I believe. given George is a very, as we've just seen, opens King 3 on the button. It's very loose opening range, I believe. Joseph is actually probably ahead of that range.
He just flat pre.
He just flatted. Probably too cautious. He's probably concerned about the money jumps. As we know,
you can pop it back there.
As your student, money can be an issue for a lot of people, and the money jumps might mean a lot to him.
Yeah, it's a pretty steep jump as well. There's quite a lot up top, and if you bust now, you're.
So we see Isaac raising ace 5 under the gun +2. That's a very loose open from Isaac. A lot of the time, your ace is going to be dominated in the later position. George calls with 4s, looking probably to set mine.
One of the first. There's only 1 4 left, as we've seen, and also, but Isaac was also drawing thinner because the ace 5 has already been burnt by whoever the hell that was.
Yeah. So it looks like we're off to the flop. Queen 6 deuce, about as dry as it gets.
Yeah, I think I can barrel here with ace 5 quite comfortably.
Isaac
he
continues.
Does. 4s lays it down. Oh, floats.
We can see. I can expect to see the 4s float a lot here, given that it's such a dry flop. What does George have in his range? Aces, kings, ace, queen. We see a jack turn. A lot of Isaac's hands now potentially can pick up a lot of equity if he has ace, king, king 10. Particularly, he can pick up a lot of diamond, draw something like 9, 10 of diamonds. And Isaac bets again. Very aggressive from Isaac.
Well, like you said, you can float a billion times out of a billion times. Like, if he carries on here, if the guy just flats again, if George just flats him second time, then he'll probably shut down by the river. But
you'd expect if Isaac has a hand sort of like ace jack, which he could be erasing from that position, to probably check back, and he gets the fold here from George. So he's really repping a lot of strength, is Isaac, when he bets on the jack turn, which is probably more likely to hit George's range than it is to hit Isaac's. So he's repping a very strong hand there. Gets through. Good play from Isaac. Chipping up to now 2.5 mil.
So I just need to message all of this across.
Yeah,
taking notes.
See Isaac chipping up.
Madre
Joint
de Dios.
lead now.
We're moving down in the standing. It's alright. It's alright.
George raises to 85,000.
La la la. What have we got? Who's doing what? Come on. I think they should make it super extra mega turbo so that it's less boring. Okay. They will have 1 card. I think you need 2. What's the rule? You need 2?
I believe so.
Alright.
So Eunice under the gun with king 10.
That's his favourite hand. That's his favourite hand. Let's see what he does. Look at him. Look at his face. He's so Italian, so he's thinking like, Mom, I have... look at him there. Mom, I have my favourite hand. Why I lay it down? So sick.
It's a good fold though, under the gun.
Is it?
It is.
Is it though, Oscar?
It is.
Well, we'll see. I
We
mean,
see
if you had the
Isaac
ball tingle, you know, sometimes your balls tingle and you think,
well,
this one's going to be good. I had the ball tingle about this one. I've just seen it. I think.
Well, poker we try to lower the variance and we want it to be a game of more skill as opposed to luck. Raising king 10 offsuit is very likely to be
No,
dominated.
but that's
and
how you counter variance with ball tingle.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can feel the cards coming, then like variance doesn't matter.
Maybe you're the best. Maybe you're the best. And we see a shove from Joseph here for 386k. Isaac calls, and I believe king 10 would have been dominated for the record.
You don't like king 10 here?
Well, no, it's against ace king.
We bink to 10. We bink to 10, so we're winning.
We don't. That's luck. We try not to take that.
It's
king
not
10,
luck. It's
7.
ball tingle.
All right, whatever. So we see Ace King has now a lot of outs, picked up an extra queen.
Oh,
and there's
bing,
the king on the turn.
Bing, 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 bing. The crowd goes wild.
Standard flip situation.
Ah, oh, Yunus, you fish. Lay down the nuts. Oh.
So as we see there, Eunice.
Oh, look at it! Look at his face. Oh,
he would have won, and he's not happy.
It.
He's not happy about it.
Yeah, yeah.
But he would have been behind pre-flop, 3-1 underdog. So there we go.
3 to blah. He wins.
So we see Joseph with a nice double up there. Ace King takes it down with the king on the turn. Good flop for Joseph.
Better flop for Yunus.
Yeah.
You're taking personal umbrage with the fact that I'm promoting non-by-the-book poker. But it depends what book you read, man. Like,
it depends what book you read.
Yeah. Like,
I don't know. I encourage, if Eunice wants to raise King 10 under the gun, I encourage that.
I think
certainly.
he should, and I hope that he does.
But that Dan Pope will comfortably pick him off if he does that. So that's good for us.
Yeah, well, we'll see, man. We'll see. You want to do a prop bet? Hey, you're right. This is
Hello.
Danny, who's UCL president. We just saw Yunus lay down the nuts pre because he didn't realise. How could he know? His ball tingle. He misread it. You know. There's no way he could have known.
So a lot of similar stack size here in the middle.
Yeah, it's all quite even.
Yeah. Apart from Joseph, still the short stack, but he's fine with about 25 bigs or so. So it doesn't have to push or shove.
This bit, like, maybe they could have like cheerleaders or something, you know?
That'd be quite nice.
Like, I mean,
I think you cheerlead, Dan. I think you make a.
if I get my babs out, it would be too distracting for everyone. And it's just not the kind of attention I need, you know? I try to walk the line and I can't be getting, yeah, all of that. Just have to let people down easy, I suppose.
So it looks like the action's just been folding round. Still folding round.
Your man Dan hasn't done anything, so assume his strategy has been to basically play quite tight.
Well, he hasn't had any cards.
Yeah, I haven't been looking at his holdings, to be fair. Like,
he's a very good tournament player, actually.
Okay, so small blind opens.
Button. No, the button.
Oh, it's the button. Okay, yeah, my bad. Thank you.
You're welcome.
At least someone's watching.
So we see a standard open with 3s on the button. Ross with
Ace King.
Big stack though, so we should probably
jam sandwich.
We've seen him a jam.
Once, that's like what?
About 30.
Do you like my sandwich? Nom 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 nom. Cool. Wait, he's actually thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
That is a huge jam from Ross.
Yeah, it's 50 bigs, but he's actually thinking about it. Buttons like
about about 37 big blinds.
Okay, fine.
Which
37.
is huge, just a huge open jam. Not too sure why Ross has done that. Maybe he's miscounted his stack, or he just does not want to play pro swap out of position with Ace King.
Or maybe he's just the best there is.
He's clear, as you can see, Les is confused by this. He doesn't really understand why it's so big, which could possibly lead him to believe that. I think it's very unlikely that 3s are ever good here, but.
Once again, I hate to bring it back, but I think this one's about ball tingle. I think, look at this, like he's just
silly ball tingle.
Silly, but so far I'm winning.
I'll play you. I feel like if you and your ball tingle, I can play you heads up anytime.
I mean, we could do it here in the booth. Yeah, we could do it here in the booth. I don't mind.
Let's get some.
So he's asked for a count.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. She's just sat there and counted it out. So
yeah, he's kind of thrown Les through a loop here with this massive
What you
jam.
gonna do? What you gonna? I really want to call because then we get to see lots of stuff.
Yeah, he folds.
I mean, that's correct. That's correct. It's probably a snap, but like still.
At best, Les is going to be flipping. A lot of the time there, if Ross doesn't want to play pro swap, he could easily have sort of.
You're flipping against 4-5, so like it's a snap fold.
It's 4-5. Yeah, so Les just I don't really know why he tanked so long. Really, it's a pretty easy fold.
But maybe he's balancing it. He doesn't want to look silly. But then it's
see
not
it on the
it's-
stream in half an hour anyway.
Yeah, yeah,
so.
and it's also it doesn't look that silly. It's just like what were the blinds? What are the blinds? I mean,
15-3.
50, yeah, so it's a min open. So I don't know. I guess there is that sort of like pride thing of you just don't want to be snap folding too often because people then maybe think they can push you around.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he was just taking a stab. Whew. There's your guy. 2-5. Play it.
2-5. He doesn't have the ball tingle.
Show me. Yeah. See, now we've got a convert. Brilliant. Yeah. He doesn't have the ball tingle. I mean, if he had, show me potato salad. No, he lays it down.
So have you played with any other players on the final tech ever?
Let me have a look around. Yeah, I was playing cash until about 4 AM with our man to the left of Eunice.
Yeah. What's your read on him?
It's quite. Oh yes, Isaac Carlisle. Played with him. He was having a lot of fun. Let's put it that way. I don't think
he was loose.
Yeah, well,
we've seen him raise the ace-5 already.
I don't think our session last night has much of a bearing on his sort of
his tournament
demeanour
strategy.
today. Lee Patterson. Don't know why.
Oh right, I think that's meant where it says
It's
Les,
supposed to be
Les.
Les. Yeah. I think we're supposed to change that. Let's have a look.
Is it that? It's either supposed to be Lee or Les.
Yeah, Lee or Les. I think we'll put them both there. Yeah, no, he was.
So he's raised to 80. Sorry,
yeah, no, it's all right. No,
he's raised to 80k, and we've got a call in the big blind by Isaac with Queen 10, which is perfectly fine. Goes to the flop.
King 8, King 8.
So Lee/Les has flopped top pair.
What do you think is going to happen?
Most probably going to be bet fold. Check bet fold, most probably. But could see Queen 10 get funky with a few backdoors. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
Well, his flush draw's in jail.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a check fold.
Alrighty. And Les, or Lee, whichever he prefers. Probably his actual name is what he prefers.
We see a Lee in the chat.
Alright, so Lee.
Just to let you know, it says Les, it's not Les, it's Lee.
Yeah.
But
okay.
soon it's going to be changed to Big LP.
Big LP. Yeah, I was.
Because that's what he wants to be known as.
Yeah.
So Les from Les to Big LP.
Can we just? I'm going to start
so
referring.
We've got top dog in seat 4, who is Matt Nollett. He's now called top dog apparently.
Yeah.
And Lee Patterson, who is Les on the live stream at the minute, is now Big LP.
And seat number 1, Yunus Barakat, is actually the best there is. So that's what that'll be his moniker from now on. Yeah, no. I think he's been ordained by some sort of divinity, and yeah, we'll just go with the best there is. If everyone else is making up names, we'll go with one that's true.
So we have a raise under the gun here from Matt. With jacks.
Top dog has jacks.
Top dog.
Big LP. The best there is has 7-8. Oh yeah, he gets
Doesn't
away.
have the tingle.
Yeah, no tingle whatsoever.
And we see Dan with 9-10 in the big blind.
Your man Dan. But what does it all mean?
He's got a very good price to call pre-flop. Going almost 3-1.
Do it, Dan. I recommend.
He's called.
And le flop, as they call it in France. Binkity bink bink bink. I don't think he's folding a 10. Do you think he's folding a 10?
No, I don't. He shouldn't fold a 10 anyway.
Yeah.
Given that top dog could be c-betting all of his sort of 4s through 9s on this board, which Dan beats.
9 for lols. How many lols are left in the deck? Please, dealer. 9.
We'll take it 9.
Oh,
so,
brick. Brickety brick.
This could actually go check a lot. Yeah. So Dan checks, top dog checks.
Yeah, I don't think.
And Dan
Yeah,
now will probably check. He might be thinking about value betting to get value from his sort of 8s through 9s.
It doesn't look like
Top
Top Dog has an ace.
Unlikely. Top Dog checks and Dan checks.
Check to win.
And Top Dog takes the pot down with jacks. It's quite nice to see when your jacks are good on the ace high board.
Oh, that's Top Dog. I saw him. He was running incredibly well. He picked up kings twice in a row, and then aces, and then kings again.
Oh, that must be nice.
And they were like 5-handed. So
is that how you make it to the final table, I guess?
I think so. Yeah, I think that helps. It sort of nullifies any ball tingle really when they start to play themselves. Alright, this is a bit with the cheerleaders. Oh no. Okay, Yunus is still nearly up top. I mean, the best there is, still second.
Still very, very similar chip stacks.
Yeah. Once somebody starts stacking, though, if someone just stacks one person, then they're gonna get an overwhelming chip lead.
True.
Unless it's the super short stack.
We could see a lot of actually sort of tightness from the short stacks, or a lot of the medium stacks, as they all see similar stacks around them and try to ladder up the pay structure. It depends how they want to play it, whether they really want to go
Yunus
for the win.
Barakat, the best there is, has ace queen.
A raise from George under the gun.
He has
with
the ace
ace nine,
queen,
which is a loose raise.
He flats.
But George with the big stack knows what he's doing, and he's also capable of knowing his ace is bad and can chuck it away.
Okay, we've lost the queen. It's alright,
So
there's going to be plenty of
Yunus-
queens on the flop.
So Eunice calls with the ace queen.
King, Jack, 10. You want to call a flop? What do you reckon? What's happening?
We'll have Deuce, Queen, 9.
Black or red?
Let's go red.
Alright, I'm going black. I mean, there could be a bit of both, but
Looks
if
like
it's
we've
2-1,
Tough decision from Matt in the big blinds. He decides to chuck it away eventually. For
Top
some
dog,
reason he
do
was
it.
tanking with Deuce 7.
obviously they're not giving Yunus much respect, but they should because he's the best there is.
Okay. Jack 6-4.
Bing. We didn't hit, but we can carry on. Bet. Bet.
So George checks.
He's going to bet. Nope, he checks.
Well, when you bet, what do you really get? Yes, you can get value from 10s, 9s, 8s. Yeah, referring the Jack. Deuce on the brick doesn't change anything. George checks again. Eunice is now electing to bet.
Yeah, he's got his...
So he already has ace-9 beat. When he bets here, what's he trying to get value from?
He knows he's got the other guy's spirit animal in a headlock and he's betting purely for value, Oscar.
Okay.
He's just that good.
Is he just that good? George does make the call, so there we go.
Yeah, value, that's it. And he's like, he's just milking the teats, like, just give me your monies. That's how he would say it, that's his accent.
George checks. Eunice now has the option. When he bets here, if he does, is he turning ace queen into a bluff, or does he bet? Because he
No,
thinks
it's pure
good?
value, man. I think it's still, he still
What,
thinks...
to get value from what?
Ace-9.
Ace-9. Do you think ace-9's going to call a river bet here?
No.
I think it looks a bit fishy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny, you think?
Like, what does he have?
Pocket threes.
I think also
Ace
the thing
jack makes sense.
the thing about this here is that you bet, and if the guy raises, then you can get away from it quite easily. But if you check and the guy bets, and then you have to call.
He's in position.
Oh, he's in position.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so yeah, then you have to bet. I don't think you can check it back to win. I think when you
So he's
when you
turning
think,
ace queen into a
if he
buffer,
thinks
yeah.
he's good, which he does, like I can see his face. He thinks he's good.
Eunice or George?
Yeah, Eunice thinks he's good. Yeah.
So if Eunice
So-
thinks he's good, what's he betting here with ace queen to get value from? Surely if he thinks he's good, he should just check it back, because he doesn't get called by anything that's worse, right?
Yeah, but maybe someone has some.
Maybe like a 2 or a 6 or something like that.
Yeah, but
That
he doesn't
cool-
want
that-
a 2 to call because that
That
wins.
beats him.
Yeah, so maybe it is a
No,
bluff.
so like
but
maybe 2 or 6 were folded.
Oh right, so he thinks he can.
but
pull
I
out
don't
2 or a
want to
6.
I don't want to relinquish the fact that he's the best there is. So everything he's doing is excellent.
Well,
like
To me, this bet doesn't really make.
I can't call him the best there is.
Yeah,
I refuse.
yeah, what that's like.
I
Maybe
don't
because he's our friend.
if
I'm
he's
struggling
wrong, then I'm
with
wrong,
this
and
value
the world
bet, with
implodes.
this,
So
I don't know.
Exactly.
So I'm not too sure whether Eunice is turning his ace queen into a bluff or he's betting for value here. He should, if he is betting, he should be turning it into a bluff because he never gets called by worse. So
maybe some like busted clubs thinks that like king high is good or ace high is good, and he has a better kicker. You know, like maybe that's his like line of thought.
I think that's very unlikely that's going to call on the river. As you see here, George folds the ace nine, correctly so. So Eunice just takes down the pot.
So when I do the winners interview, has it got to be the best there is?
Yeah, no, well, you can say Yunus Barakat, are you the best there is, and then you get your response because
I will do.
Yeah.
I really will.
Yeah.
We'll definitely try it.
Yeah, because we've already seen when he laid down his favourite hand, his reactions are beautiful.
Favourite hand is
King 10.
Okay.
And I think he's worth it in terms of all these other people. No offence to Dan, probably a lovely guy, but you know, he's a colourful character, you know.
So if you're just joining us, we've got Ant and Oliver giving us the expert opinions. Oscar. Oliver's better than Oscar, to be fair.
Thanks.
But it is Oscar. In seat 1, Eunice Barakat, Isaac Carlisle in 2, Dan Pope in 3. In 4 is Matt Knowledge, 5 George Gorvet, Jack Armitage in 6, Joseph Kwok in 7, Lee Patterson in 8, and Ross Duffin in 9. Ant and Oscar ripping it through.
So we've seen a few interesting hands so far.
Yeah.
Seat 2 raising ace 5, Eunice double barreling ace queen, not really sure why.
Like a boss.
Didn't get value from anything, so well done, Eunice.
He's still trying to stack his chips. We've also he keeps consulting me for because chip aesthetics are really important as well, I think, and so
chip aesthetics are very important.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're going for the Tower of Strength. There are lots of paradigms, but
Dan raising the button with 9-10 offsuit. Love it, Dan. We see a call in the small blind from George with 7-8 suited, I believe. And by top dog, and George then completes getting a very good price with 4-6 offsuit. Goes checked around.
Hello.
Triples. So top dog has turned trips.
And the open ender is now behind.
And yeah,
why was no bet from Dan?
Yeah, interesting that he has. Maybe he believes that queens and jacks hit a lot of his opponent's range.
What do you think about the ball tingle? Do you think he knows it's coming? Do you think he just says, actually no, if he knows it's coming, he should bet?
Exactly. So maybe he thinks he only gets called by better. And there's the king. Boom.
She hurts for sevens. Sevens is very unlucky there.
I believe that's very weird that he checked his trips on the value.
Yeah. It's like it's a dream spot.
Dan can easily have a lot of king X here that he decides to check back on the flop, pick up equity on the turn with an extra diamond, and then call on the river. So he could also quite comfortably have a jack. King Jack very much could be in Dan's range, so I'm not too sure why Top Dog decided to check the river there. Maybe to try and get his opponent to bluff his missed diamond draws. But Dan value bets the 9-10 and gets called by Top Dog with the trips.
It's unlucky for Top Dog.
Unlucky for Top Dog, but I think he misplayed it regardless, not betting the river.
Well, he got away luckily by checking the river. He didn't have to look at a raise.
Didn't have to, but I think in that situation probably find a fold. It depends how.
He finds the fold, or he value owns himself. Ends up calling off a lot more than he's comfortable with.
I think in the long run, it's probably better to bet your trips there. When you get.
How long are we intending for this to go on then?
What, the final table?
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. Yeah, definitely a good 5 hours probably, at least. People are still, with everyone having very similar stack sizes, we could see a lot of play. And everyone being still relatively deep.
Sorry, I've just received a message, and I do have to make people aware that sometimes the ball tingle is cancer, so you have to be careful, you know. Like sometimes your balls are tingling, and yeah, I can see the flop, it's coming, but actually sometimes you've got an itch, sometimes you need to seek medical advice. Thank you, Will Turner. Yeah. So Yunus has what is called the bad news.
Not too sure
And what's he going to do?
what's happened here. We missed that hand. Good job, us. It
Yeah,
looks like Matt won the pot.
We're keeping it informative. I mean, people can see with their eyes what's happening. We just need to explain the fundamentals of poker. You know, whether you need to see on colleges. You know,
The fundamentals, i.e., the ball tingle.
no, there's lots of
Thanks,
other.
Ant.
No, there's lots of. hey, it's a complex strategy that I play, and it's not
Is it
just
good?
about ball tingle. It's
Does it work?
It's fantastic.
Why are you sat with us?
Yunus is playing it. It's just he speaks for himself.
You sat with us for a reason.
Yeah, because I'm his guardian angel. I bust myself out just because then.
You want to do the comms on the final?
Yeah, I've got to be relaying what the hands are for him.
Alright, so here we go again. Big LP.
The big LP's in the book.
King 8, he has the nuts. Okay, what's he gonna do?
I thought you said it was King 10.
No, King 8's the nuts. My nuts.
Oh,
He hasn't
Dan has
read my
Queen
book
9.
fully. He's only on like chapter 12.
Chucks it away. Folded round to George on the button, it looks like, who has King Jack. Should see a raise here, as he does. And we see Joseph with Ace 9 suited, depending on stack sizes. So Joseph has about 25 big blinds to start the hand, just under. And looks like he defends the Ace 9 suited to the King Jack raise.
Are we going to call it? No, sorry.
No, sorry, I was going to say, could see Joseph 3-bet there.
King 8, she's the best there is.
That's unfortunate.
So that's a bad lay down again from Yunus Barakat, but what we're going to do is he's not fully way through my book, so...
Yeah, well, I guess we're not results orientated here. So we see an ace on the turn. Good turn for Joseph, as he now picks up top pair.
You say we're not results orientated, speak for yourself.
So Joseph checks it to George, who is probably going to... If he knows that George is a good player, which he probably should know, George is going to rep this ace a lot of the time, with a lot of his air hands, such as King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack. He's also going to barrel a lot of his diamonds. You see Joseph call and river 2 pair, which is a nice river, obviously. And now Joseph's going to lead. I think that's an unusual lead, but can work if George has something like Ace Queen or Ace Jack.
Yeah, it looks
Ace
like
10.
he's betting for protection or some kind of...
I think he's looking to get value from well, in this case, a worse ace. It can work sometimes. However, a lot of the time, George is going to have bluffs such as Queen Jack with the Queen of Diamonds, Jack 10 with the Jack of Diamonds. Hands like that.
Or he's lolling all the way to the bank with 5-7. But that doesn't happen. I don't know, what was the action pre? I wasn't concentrating.
It went check on the flop, so it's very unlikely that he has 5-7.
Yeah,
but
true.
if he has for some reason check back a flush draw on the flop, but
Can I just interrupt you there, Oscar?
Yeah.
Yunus Barakat, chip leader.
Well done.
Send it.
We'll see how long that lasts.
Rubs.
No faith. I'm telling you.
Rubs.
He's gonna be in the queue by my book. When it comes out, he's gonna be first in the queue.
So talking about the Ace 9 hand, he's betting to get value from the case Ace, but he then folds out a lot of George's bluffs. So it's up to Joseph to determine whether he thinks George is strong or weak in that situation. I guess he thought George was strong, but when he bet the Ace turn and then tried to get value from it, turned out he was wrong, but can be a profitable play if he believes George has an ace. But he also does fold out all of his bluffs. He might double barrel King Jack.
He folds out. Blah blah blah. Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah.
So George again raising Ace 9 in the cutoff.
Ace 9.
Standard stuff.
Yeah, should be raising ace 9. Joseph.
Cool. Make it fun. Oh, okay. Big LP. Live up to your name.
So it folds
More
round.
like big loser player. Huh. Just folding. You know, Oscar, if you fold, you actually forfeit your chance at winning the hand. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah, you forfeit any chance at winning the hand. So that's a leak in his game, I'd say.
Is that a leak in his game? Just
Yeah.
what? Just folding in general, or folding
Yeah, I think
the
so.
weak hands?
Define weak. I don't want to get all philosophical with you, man. Like, it's fine. We just beg to differ. Wait, agree to disagree. That's the one I wanted. Not beg.
So
to
you
differ.
believe he should be calling with his
I just
jack
want
rag there?
I just want to see fun stuff happen. You know, because it's not my money. Is it your money?
I've actually got 10% in Pope, so there we go.
Oh really? Okay. Oh wow. I thought we were supposed to be impartial.
No, you said you're supporting Eunice.
Yeah, I'm supporting him, but I have no financial stake in him.
Well, yeah, I
Except for-
choose
except
my
for-
investments wisely.
Except for he will be selling my book, so it's fine. And I'll send you a free copy, Oscar.
Oh
It's
really?
gonna- yeah.
I need to learn how to get the ball tingle, I guess, or how to defend.
That's only chapter 4.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Cheers. So it looks like it's folded round to Matt. George, King, Jack 6 folds. Jack 5, Jack. Joseph on the button with Jack, Queen 7, throws it in the mark. Now we have an interesting spot here with Les or Lee. With King 10, he could elect a call here if he feels like Ross is going to be raising a lot. He could also raise if he feels like Ross is not going to defend correctly, as Ross chucks it away. Looks like he shows the 5-9 offsuit, and Lee takes it down with a raise.
Lee, not Les.
Thank you.
The big LP.
The big LP.
The big LP. Does anybody in the chat box like to know what an LP actually is?
Losing person.
It must be Lee Patterson.
Yeah. Big Lee
It's not
Patterson.
a long playing record. Does anybody know what records are? Are we in the wrong generation talking about records?
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking
33s
about.
and 45s and 78s, no?
Oh, those kind of
No,
records. Yeah.
no.
Well, they're very much in vogue at the moment. Who would have thunk it? CDs, nah. DVDs,
Yeah.
but records, apparently.
Absolutely.
You know.
Cassette tapes will be coming back soon.
Yeah. Well, I
The old
must say,
crackle.
they had character.
Loading up a program.
Do you remember the short-lived Laserdiscs?
Laserdisc, yeah.
I remember.
I actually bought a Laserdisc for some reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to say I've got one.
You're one of the guys.
I am
one of the 12.
yeah, one of the 3% of the
12.
world.
Yeah. I remember watching Street Fighter with Jean-Claude Van Damme on Laserdisc, right? That's a great film.
See, Elliot's got a record.
Have we seen a raise here from Eunice? Is that? It's very hard to tell.
The thing
So
that
we've seen
spins with the
George.
scratchy thing.
George,
That's called a needle.
Good player.
Is that what they're saying on the Twitter feed? What's a record? I has a record.
Elliot Inians.
Me, yes, too.
Shout out to Inians, good lad. From Exeter as well.
Eunice, do it. Do the bad thing.
Eunice can certainly be inclined to call here with the twos, looking to set mine.
La
He's defending
cucaracha.
with
Come on.
twos.
Yes.
That's a call.
The best there is, showing it.
So we see George with a raise here in mid position with 5-9 suited. A call from Lee with King Queen, and then a defend in the big blind by Eunice with twos. Flop is Jack 6-7.
All clubs, just
George-
the nuts.
George has flopped a flush, and Lee has got a backdoor straight draw and the Queen high flush draw. So this could be interesting. We see George c-bet.
So chapter 6.
We actually see George with a straight
Chapter
flush draw
6,
as well.
when he flops the nuts, his name is George. So I think Eunice is getting away from this.
So we
Because his
see
name is
Lee-
George, he knows,
Lee
and he's getting
call.
away.
Eunice, might decide to value bet twos again incorrectly.
No.
Oh no,
You're
he's
not
so
listening. He
he's the
knows.
best.
Yeah, he knows. He knows.
gets
Because
away
his
from it.
name is George. If his name was Jeff, then yeah, we might be in trouble, man.
So we see a bet and a call here. I think everything is as played so far. Ooh.
Okay.
So it's now
The Queen of
flush over
Clubs
flush.
plays.
George now unlucky checks it.
He's still got outs with the 5 of clubs, to be fair.
Yeah, he's got eight,
He's
eight
got
of
four.
clubs.
Before.
4 or an 8.
4 and 8 of
the
clubs.
belly buster.
And his friend this week is George's teammate has binked the straight flush jackpot twice this week.
Really?
He's up 1,200 quid just from straight flush
Bink
jackpot.
the 4 of clubs on the river. One time,
Yeah.
baby.
Come on.
George
What's
here.
your name? Sorry, I forgot.
Tower.
Nice to meet you. I'm
One
with Tower
time.
on this one. One time.
One time in the life.
Oh, it's the wrong 8. It's the wrong 8. 8 of clubs would have been delicious.
It would have been wonderful.
So here we see, looks like it goes check.
So gross.
I guess Lee feels like he's never getting called off by worse on the river there, which is why he checks back the queen high flush. Makes sense, I suppose. George, unlucky.
My condolences, George.
The 8 of
Counts
clubs on the
fist on
river
return.
would have been amazing.
She was.
Yeah.
She hurt.
George, it looks like a voluntary put in pot is the V-pip, so he's playing 50% of hands as George, which is very, very high. Normally see a standard of around sort of 18%.
Interestingly enough, George, at the beginning of today, had 1.9 million chips and was not there to play them.
Yeah, George has been a bit under the weather this week.
No, has he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which is why
He was just in bed. I just thought he couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, he's
And
been ill.
Come to join us is Jez from Team UCL, also
Another one.
also an excellent player, like myself.
Has
and
he
Eunice.
read the book?
Yeah.
Have you read your book yet? Has he?
Yeah. I'm just going to plug the book quickly. It's called Winning Poker Without the Math. Math rather than maths, so it sells in America, right? And colon, do you like money and hot girls? Like, I think
They go
it's-
together, do they?
Yeah. I think it's I think it's and Jez is going to write in it. Yeah. and can I read this? Can
Just
I
don't
out?
read it out.
Can I? Oh, no, am I not allowed to read this out?
No.
Can I really not read this
No.
out?
No.
We'll just put that back down.
You're being watched
one
by
time.
millions and my boss.
What I've got in front of me is beautiful, but I can't read it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
It's
guys.
pretty funny.
He's going to spend his money on beer.
What would Jack,
Yeah,
what
sure,
would Jack
sure.
do with his winnings? And we're not allowed to read it out, so there we go.
He would.
Jack here with the ace queen
He
suited.
said he would spend it on
George
something.
with another raise. So George has been incredibly aggressive. We can see we could easily see a 3-bet here or a call from Jack. He calls with the ace queen suited. I guess not wanting to play a massive pot against George for stacks. Jack 10 here should be a fold yet. He correctly identified that it was behind both of the players' ranges. Ross calls with 2s on the button, looking to set mine.
But were they on a break, Oscar? Were they?
Sorry,
Ross, man, what's he doing?
he's calling with the old 2s.
Never mind.
Oh, did I just miss a joke again?
Eunice falls one of his out.
Don't worry about it. Don't sweat it, man. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
We've already forgot it.
It was tenuous. Yeah, everyone's forgotten. It's fine.
And don't worry about it. Don't let it. Don't let it
Isaac
really
calls
like.
with the 3-5
I'm not
off.
bothered. I'm really
Determining
happy
that he's
with
priced in, which he actually is, given if we see that he has 25% in the hand.
it. George has.
So ace 8-3.
Check from Isaac. Check from George.
And we're back.
So we see Jack here with the ace queen, flop top pair. Doesn't look as though he's going to get any action though.
The 2s have got 4th pair.
Oh, that's fantastic.
For
Four
Greg
barrel
Carroll's,
flop.
I'll tell you what we couldn't say in a minute. We're just after his hand. In fact, while we're silent, we couldn't declare what the guy put in his questionnaire about what he would spend all the money on, but I can say that it rhymes with cookers and snow. I'm allowed to say that. If he won it, he'd buy a whole lot of cookers and snow. Just all of the cookers and snow. These are really fun reading through. So we've got a stack of questionnaires, and people People saying what their aspirations are, like what they want for Christmas, whether they want Santa to have a hard on when they sit on his lap, like everything. And we're not allowed to read it out.
Wow, so we've seen a check raise here from Ross, or a raise here from Ross with twos. To 305k. Not really too sure when Jack bets into 4 opponents what he thinks Jack has. Is he really going to fold ace queen? We'll see. It does look very strong from Ross.
And Tingle Pickler. Hashtag Tingle Pickler is going to start coming up on the Twitter feed. I think there's a lot of people listening in, enjoying the ball tingle.
Jack calls as we go to the turn. Ross has elected to turn his twos into a bluff. Very unusual, given normally when you're bluffing you want to sort of block the sort of best hands that one could possibly have, and he's shoved. Wow.
Ross shoved. Who shoved? What?
Ross. So Ross has shoved twos here on the turn.
Yes.
Very,
this is big
very
in the game.
unusual. I really have no idea what he's representing.
Yes, Ross.
If he has, I guess he's representing pocket eights, pocket threes that have made a set. Ace King is more likely to raise for free.
We should. We're going to turn off the microphone because something's.
Well,
so we're back.
As was running about, as you know, we're on a 30-minute delay, so every time you hear a cheer in the room, something will be happening on the live table. There's nothing we can do about it. It just adds to it all. There's not a lot we can do about it. If you do hear cheers in the background, Ant was running over because one of his bezies was involved. That's obviously in 30 minutes' time.
So we're back here with Ross turning his twos into a bluff. If you want to bring a very chair, ambitious.
Bring yourself a chair, man.
But Jack could be thinking it's the final table. Is he really going to be doing this with a hand that is worse?
Get yourself
wow, and he folds. Wow. So if you think about it, Ace King would probably 3-bet pre, right? So he doesn't. It's very unlikely that he has Ace King. So when he's raising and then jamming the turn, he's literally only representing 8s or 3s, possibly ace 8 or ace 3.
Yeah, I like it, Oscar. I like it.
Very, very thin range, but it is the final table. Are players really going to turn their hands into bluffs? Is what Jack might be thinking, and he throws away the best hand. It's a really sick spot actually for Jack. It's like you think. If Ross is a really thinking player, or if Jack's a thinking player, he will know that he's representing the ace there, particularly when he calls the flop.
And most importantly, this is all just great for Yunus, who builds his chip lead.
Okay, so
the best there is.
Yeah, the best there is.
Yeah. Apparently, allegedly. Nobody can sue me. Allegedly.
yeah.
So if Jack knows that he's representing the ace, and Ross knows that he's representing the ace, when he ships the turn, he should, in theory, have the ace beat. Which is what makes it a really, really sick spot for Jack.
Basically, Ross is a boss man.
I guess he's got balls, that's for sure. Very, very ambitious bluff, gets through. Don't know how profitable that's going to be in the long run, but there we are, we're on the final table, and Ross has chipped up very nicely from that pot.
Everyone on the Twitter feed is saying that they're going to abuse the big LP. So I mean,
LP.
I mean, he doesn't need that. He's already got the acronym for losing player.
Where did Top Dog come from anyway? How did we get from Matt Nollett to Top Dog?
There's a lot of hubris.
Where does that come from?
Yeah.
Somebody who knows Matt,
I don't buy it.
Please tell us, where does Top Dog come from? Matt from Coventry.
Hashtag levels from Oscar. Don't know what that means.
Online college as well.
It means I'm a very in-depth thinking player, and I'm just, explaining it very nicely to the audience.
2 years
Wonderful.
And 2 years on the trot, he's commentated on the final table and not been in it.
Unfortunately.
I'm only saying, I'm only putting it out there.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's riveting.
it's very tough to make a deep run in
A
tournaments.
965 runner field, you have to dodge some bullets to get yourself to a final table, let me tell you.
I'll tell why. I got ace king in against ace 10. Boom, ace 10 on the flop. So there we go. End of Oscar.
Heard that one before.
It's
I've
poker,
got
isn't it?
to the point where over this week where I'm actually sick of people being like, so I was drawing, right? every story you've heard before, and you know the ending anyway because they're standing there telling you rather than at the table.
What is it, people chasing straights and flushes?
People chasing money.
Always going home on buses. There you go.
So George under the gun. Folds the old 10-4. No hands of notes so far. Big LP with the old deuce jack.
So I'm expecting a hoodie with the big LP on next year.
Here's Eunice with his favourite hand. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Let's
Should
have a
be
look.
raising this as well.
Has he ever folded King 10?
He folded it earlier and it was the nuts.
He folded it under the gun.
He was under the gun
and it is a correct fold, I'm going to add.
In terms of Tingle, I don't think he was really on point. It was early on. He didn't want to get involved. But he is getting involved here in the cutoff.
Oh, Leicester 1-0 up.
In terms of Tingle,
So we see Isaac
I'm writing
here.
that one down.
Yeah, write it down.
I like that. In terms of Tingle.
I'll send you a copy of the book
Wow,
as well.
top dog
Do you
has
like
ace
cocktails and
king.
money?
So we see Eunice raise, Isaac cool with the ace 9. And then Eunice now with the dream situation here with ace king. Oh, not Eunice,
not
sorry,
Eunice.
it's top dog.
Eunice is still in a dream situation though because the 10 is coming.
And we should see a raise here from... Oh, he's shipped.
I'm stealing your seat.
He's shipped for 800k. And this would just easily fold through.
We're not folding King 10 here, we're not.
Nice
We're
spot.
definitely not.
Nice
I
spot
think
for
we
top
are
dog.
folding. I think we're letting go.
Really?
Now chips up to
Like,
1.2
to change
million.
his favourite hand.
I think like Kate Winslet said at the end of Titanic, get off. I just don't want to be here in this hand. Oh wait, I don't think she said that. But like,
George.
He needs
George
to change
sorts
his
back
favourite
18
hand.
bigs.
no.
Oh look, Bradley would buy
Everyone
your book.
else needs to
He's
change.
folded his favourite hand twice.
Bradley would buy your book and then burn it. So there we go.
Buy my book and then burn it. As long as you buy it, mate.
See, Biddy Printer and
Your
Gary
money's the
Clark,
same
some
colour
of
as
the
everybody
last one.
else's.
I don't know if your commentary is impressing you, Ant. The ball tingles.
See what I did there? Yeah, I've
Not
got
the
eyes, man.
scientific approach that people.
Why we're gambling? Why do you want science?
Ooh, so would you say that poker is gambling? Yeah.
Yeah, essentially.
Would you put it down to a game of luck or a game of skill mostly?
I reckon it's a bit of both, but
Well,
it's
certainly.
still gambling. People who are like, oh, it's a skill game, it's still gambling. Like, if you play poker for a living, you can lose money. If I work in a bank, I'm not going to get, like, at the end of the month, I'm going to get paid every month, you know?
Yeah, you just lose the bank's money.
Yeah,
instead,
exactly,
You
yeah,
just
right?
lose everybody else's
Yeah,
money,
exactly,
like
yeah.
taxpayers.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
So you're gambling with other people's money.
Exactly, that's
That's what the country did in 2008.
Yeah, exactly, but I'm not...
Yeah, who cares? It's not my money, so it doesn't matter.
So
But ultimately, it's not your money. They got bonuses.
But and what about all the entrepreneurs that put their money on the line? Are they gambling as well?
What, in poker or in...
Entrepreneurs. What about Richard Branson? He bets his own money all the time on all businesses.
Yeah, well that's still... I mean, they call it a different thing, but ultimately it's gambling. It's probability
I guess it
involved.
depends how you define gambling. I would personally say poker is more of a game of skill. There's a reason why you see the best players in the world winning every time.
Yeah, because they're getting staked.
No, it's because they find out they get it all. They get their money in profitable situations, and in the long run they win.
I'm happy for them. That must be nice.
So we see here, raise right Isaac with the ace-4 suited, and a call in the big blind from George with the jack deuce.
Defending with Jack Deuce can only get yourself into trouble.
Can
Leaking chips for
when
no
you
reason
defend
at all.
jack deuce suited, what you have to be, George
You
should
have
be
to
aware
lead
that
out
is
no matter what comes on the flop.
No, I disagree with that, but I would say you have to be good enough to fold top pair for sure, knowing that you could be dominated. And Isaac has the dream ace-4 flop.
You don't think George was just leaking chips? Could defend him with Jack Deuce?
Well, mathematically he's priced to call.
Mathematically, he's just lost more chips.
Exactly, out of his stack size. I guess what he's doing, because he's the short stack, is he's looking to flop sort of a flush draw or a pair and then check raise all in, which could be a massive chip up.
And then fold.
Well, when he's defending the Jack Deuce, I think it's George. I know George is a good player, and I think it's very unlikely that he's going to hit the flop and fold when he defends out of that stack size.
He's probably thinking he's defending, and it doesn't make a difference to his stack size.
Yeah, well, when he loses, it's like he loses a small amount of chips relative to if he hits. He can win sort of increase his stack size by 25-30% if he hits and jams over the top of a c-bet. So I guess that's what he's thinking there. Although he has leaked a couple of big blinds, but it shouldn't really. It's still a correct defend if we're talking mathematically. So it's folded brown to Isaac in the hijack with a6, throws it away. Dan with queen 9 in the cutoff. Yep, chucks it. Now top dog on the button with the 5-8 offsuit. See how loose he is. He might want to raise his button. Unlikely with a 20 big blind stack, but he is in position. George, being a short stack and a very aggressive player in the small blind, I would certainly tighten up my raising range as top dog does decide to fold, which is probably correct given that George should know his all-in shoving ranges. He jams. George uses the all-in, and we get a quick fold in the big blind. See what George jammed in a moment, hopefully. I'm not too sure. Doesn't look like it's going to come up.
You alright?
Yeah, okay. It's not recording.
Yeah, no, it is recording.
Yes, it's live, so don't swear.
So we see
Swear we
here
get ejected, normally head first.
George raising the majority, one in three hands.
Just been joined by Leonard, who's
A lot of tight players here with
Easy represent.
yeah,
pre-flop worries of 5%.
in fantasy land with the
So
super
what
soft
happens
cash
tomorrow
games.
when you're back at work, university, college, studying?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
You'll go back tomorrow?
I'll go back home tomorrow for a week, probably mess around.
heading later today actually, but
Excellent.
how's it going?
Fine.
Are we on break? We've got the best there is in the booth.
Isaac raises to 110,000.
He's gonna fold. Yeah, George defends so wide. He's never folding this. Like, yeah, he's like 110%
jam from
BKB.
George, yeah?
Quite interesting watching
It's 1,000%.
Eunice and listening to him at the same time. It's pretty impressive. Like time warp.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he can't miss his flush, so...
Look at how handsome you are, man.
You've got off 30% of this game because you've done nothing but big him up.
So wait, I don't remember this hand.
Maybe I have 100%.
We see a raise.
It's because you weren't in the
Plus
hand,
3.
that's why. If you're not in the hand,
George
you don't
defends
think
his
about
button with ace-5 suited.
Oh, he's got a straight draw?
Backdoor straight. He's got a backdoor straight draw.
Which
Yeah, you see, like it's coming, or when the 3 comes...
When the 3 comes.
Check on the flop, 6 on the turn.
Queen deuce, and you're on the final table, yeah?
Huh? Yeah. You know, like you have to go with it. Like,
Isaac
yeah.
now
How
elects
would
to
you like to
continue.
hit the straight?
How can he miss? Like,
How? I don't know. What, like, what? How is this? Is this real life? Is this fantasy?
Okay, George could have yeah.
Caught in a landslide.
Pretty simple.
No escape from reality.
So I presume you're on break, right?
Yeah.
Open your eyes, Jonas,
Look to the skies.
and see.
Huh? Yeah, you're right. But you got
2.3, 2.2, short stack's got 15 big
come
blinds.
get me when you go. You're going now. Save my seat, boys. I will be back Is that okay?
No,
Yeah,
no
that's,
problem at all.
no one has a problem with saving my seat
problem
because I think it's despite the hate mail on the Twitter feed. I think.
We can.
Yeah.
We'll delete
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of-
we'll delete any bad press. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. I'll just send in the heavies, man.
We'll delete any bad press. Don't worry about it.
I found it too nice suited because I had a photo.
And my good friend Oscar. I don't want to leave him by himself.
So I'm alright, thanks.
So 25.50 running 5.
Let's go discuss.
As
track
you've gathered,
strategy,
the
man.
guys are on a
Let's
break
discuss
live. We were joined momentarily by
See, we did
Eunice.
play properly. He doesn't know. He doesn't realise.
So Jack here with Ace Jack on the button. Raises to 100k. And Lee with Queen 3 suited in the big blind. Defends. Similar, I guess, similar reasoning to George earlier. Definitely priced in pre-flop.
Flop pretty nice.
Ace 7-5, pretty good for Ace Jack. Probably going to see a continuation bet. Could see a check behind if he feels like Lee is so far behind and he wants him to catch up, possibly catch a queen. Given that we know his hands, but Jack going to continuation bet here probably. He would continuation bet with all of his bluffs, so he has to continuation bet when he has it.
And defending again with
Queen 3 suited.
With what shall we say? Not the best 2 cards in the pack.
Not the best, but not the worst. We'll probably see a fold. Lee is literally no back
There
doors.
is no need to think for this long with Queen 3 in your hand.
Oh, but it looks
you're
like he
gonna
might be
stick in a
getting.
raise.
He could be raising. He could be getting up to something fishy here. Looks like he might be raising. Not too sure what he's representing when he's raising here. I mean, Ace King is probably certainly going to be raising pre-flop. Ace Queen possibly raises pre-flop. Could possibly, but would probably flat this raise because that would fold out all of his bluffs. Maybe he sees that Jack folded earlier when Ross turned 2s into a bluff, so he could be thinking along the same lines as Ross. But Jack's have none of it now, and he's jammed. When I guess if he thinks Ross has something like King Queen of Hearts, King Jack of Hearts, King X of Hearts, raising, and he doesn't want to give those cards, all of those, a free turn in order to catch up, which is why he could just be ripping it there. Lee could also have 7-5, Ace 5 or Ace 7, which he loses to. Very unlikely, 7s or 5s as well. Unlikely as aces, although it could be tricky pre-flop. Yeah, so Jack, I guess, has learnt from last time when he got bluffed off the Ace Queen. Yeah, very even.
8th in chips is 1.1.
One double up and it's all completely reversed.
Absolutely.
So the player's been a little bit looser than what I've expected so far, actually. I thought players would be very tight, but we've seen some very loose sort of raises, and the craziest thing I've seen is Ross turn his 2s into a bluff, getting Ace Queen to fold, which is beyond me, but there we go. Not too sure why Ross has decided to do it. I guess he's just going for the win. So Eunice here with 3s under the gun. Raises.
Made hand. Put in a raise, which he does.
Dan folds the old 7
Are they
deuce.
playing the deuce 7 game now? Does anybody still play the deuce 7 game?
Sometimes. So I think top dog has 7-8 suited. Should be a fold to an under the gun raising range, but he might elect to call. Yeah, fold. Fold from George. Jack with Ace 9 of clubs. Chucks it in the muck. Should be a fold. Looks like he's going to fold around. Ross here with Ace 9 defends. Probably a weird, unusual defend from Ross, given that he's going to be dominated so often. But we've seen that he's pretty loose already. Flop comes King 3-4. So Eunice has got the dream flop. Set ball. Should see bet here. He can get value from tons. All the heart draws, King X hands. Ace 5, maybe Ace Deuce.
I think Ross is good enough just to get out of the way.
5, 6. Oh yeah, Ross should just easily just fold this. He has no. Yeah, I guess he has Deuce 5 for the old backdoor straight. Yeah, so Eunice takes it down. Unlucky he didn't get any value there from his threes, but must be nice to flop a set. So there we go. So blinds looks like 25-50. Stack's getting shallower and shallower. Biggest stack probably having around 50 big blinds. Short stacks around 20 or so.
So 20-50 with a 5. End of this level, there is a 15-minute break. Afternoon, Jeffrey.
Hello, Phil. How are you?
Alright. Alright, lad. Mr. Jeff Kimber tried to find his student union card but didn't find it.
So just folded round.
Loving the hat, by the way.
It's not mine, it's my friend.
So we've got Dan Pope in the booth at the moment.
On his break.
Literally played
On the
3
break.
hands.
Good man.
What's your read on the final table so far, Dan?
I'm the best.
Dan's the best.
No, it's so weird. Everyone's like exactly out.
Did you see Ross? You know,
Deuces into that.
yeah, you know about that, yeah.
The other guy obviously has aces. Like 100%.
What do you think of the bluff, Dan?
It's good. It's one of them though that if the other guy has 8, you look like an idiot, but he has loads of sets. And ace queen should probably flop. Because you call flop,
you
hoping
call
for a
flop.
queen, which then you break on. Then the guy has a set.
Exactly. It's very ambitious from Ross, though, right? I think it was a bit.
I think he's playing to it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, weird. It's pretty crazy bluff. So he never has ace king. And then there was a similar spot as well where he got raised on the get again on the flop by Lee. Lee had queen 3 suited and Jack just then decided to jam over the top. I guess slightly tilted.
Oh, this is a weird.
So we got
C4 snap check.
2, 6, 9. Check, check. Ace on the turn. Maybe if I was a 6 in the bet, top dog man had just got out of the way, even though he's got overs in the back door.
So we see Isaac here bet the 8-9 out of the big blind. Not too sure what he's getting value from. This ace is going to hit when top dog raises under the gun +1 and the ace hits on the turn. It's going to, and it goes check check on the flop, and the ace hits on the turn. It's going to hit top dog a lot. Top dog now raises. Not really too sure why he's doing that either. Shouldn't really get much value from worse. He wants to keep all the bluffs in his range. He's also in position as he has the best ace. So this is, I think this is a very weird hand. This is pretty much misplayed all around. Isaac should be checking as the ace hits him a lot. When he gets raised, it's very odd. And then top dog should just be calling the bluffs in his range. And the river just
literally turns his cards over instantly.
That is just a very, very unusual pot there. If top dog calls the turn,
you raised the turn to check the river. Just run that one through me.
Honestly,
we did.
No idea.
Me and Seat 5 did say he should have shoved.
Hey kids.
He had like half pot bet on there.
Yeah.
I thought he set up to shove it.
Whoa! How many eyes in team?
Team?
Try
3.
Just fix your own drink then, yeah.
Oh, do you guys want to drink?
Well,
coffee machine's on Buster. Coffee
the
machine's
seat's now
Buster.
closed.
Who's got have this one?
No.
There's one eye in the team.
Yeah, me. No, there isn't.
It's hidden in
Yes,
letter
exactly.
A.
There's only one eye in
He knows.
He knows.
So yeah, that Ace King is just pretty much a terrible hand all
How
around.
bad was it when I had 9-10 and the guy on the gun had jacks? Yeah. Did you hear me say on the river, you have jacks, you win? I think.
No, we could.
Yeah, we don't have audio.
I don't think you played it back.
Unfortunately, the table audio is.
Yeah. I hadn't made handmade. I'm unbored.
Towers. Is it Towers or Tower?
Tower.
In all seriousness, if you want a coffee.
It's alright. It's alright.
So we see.
But the machine's bust though,
Here
man.
with
This is a
fours.
horrible cup of coffee. It's just-
So again,
We'll
just
let
going
you
back
on.
to the 8-9 hand.
As a
he
small
never
teaser,
gets-
this hand though is absolutely unreal. Definitely worth watching.
Oh, yeah.
That's from the Pope
It's the best
himself.
there is.
So Eunice with his favourite hand, King 10.
He's bound to fold it. He has done the other 2 times he's had it on the final table.
Yeah, I mean, favourite in the loosest sense of the word. I mean, it's not a great hand.
So we have a raised.
You said.
Yeah, well, we've just been talking strategy, so
And Eunice
I need to get
throws
back,
it away.
get back to my silly old self. I'm sorry.
Eunice throws it away. Probably correctly.
Oh, you're right.
King 10 can be dominated a lot and it's quite hard to play. However, he is in position, so he has that going for him. Isaac calls out the small blind with King Jack, which is fine, and looks like Dan's going to defend the King 9.
Right?
There's not many kings left.
No.
Yeah, I would love
pretty
it.
gross if he hits one.
That would be a lot of fun.
Dan and
Get
Isaac
involved,
could get
yeah.
a big wow. Wow. So we see Isaac flop trips, but Lee flop a boat.
Wasn't there a king jack folded?
Wow.
King
this
10
is-
folded.
King 10, King Jack is, I guess he's slightly more priced in as well in the small blind. This is
I have
a
a
huge,
short memory to answer that tweet. Short memory.
This could be a really big hand here. We've seen Isaac being very aggressive. He could elect to raise. Probably wants to call though, because keep all the bluffs in his range. If he has something like Queen 10, King 10, Ace Queen, Ace King, all continue on this board. Turns an 8. Dan gets out the way wisely, or well, very easily actually. It's not even a big deal. Wow, so it goes check, which is
weird. Check.
Very odd.
check.
When Isaac
now the jack.
Now the jack on the river, which counterfeits the 4s. I think that's pretty much a terrible
free
check
card
back.
from Big LP.
That is an awful. I think that's a very bad check back on the turn. When he calls out the small blind, Isaac is going to have jacks a decent percentage of the time, certainly enough to get value from. Now Isaac turned a better full house with jacks full of 8s as opposed to 4s full of jacks. Lee is now in a. I'm pretty sure this is a fold from Lee. Don't really see what bluffs Isaac ever has in his range here. There's no draws on the flop. Could be decided to turn maybe Queen 10 if he floated with that on the flop. King Queen maybe. But that's very, very thin. Yeah, Lee making a massive blunder on the turn here and getting punished for it by the deck.
Paired up on the river.
That's what happens when you make mistakes in poker. You get
can
punished
she
every
slap?
time.
8-8.
Lee should bet the turn.
gross.
And
The check on the turn was definitely.
with him betting the turn, he might also earn a free check back on the river. If he bets the turn, Isaac could elect to check
If
back
he
the
bets
river.
the turn, does the jack always call? Has he just saved
yeah.
himself a few chips?
Jack pretty much always calls on the turn, I think, when he elects to take that line. Lee pays him off, this is a terrible hand from Lee. I think he's misplayed it on the turn and the river.
Still thinking he gets called on the turn, to be fair.
Yeah, he should. So he should bet the turn, and then he should fold the river when he gets led into it.
How can she slap is what we're getting on the Twitter feed. It's true. I don't know how she can slap there. It's a reference from the YouTube world for people who don't get it.
Way beyond me.
Yeah, I didn't get that one either. But there we go. So Lee misplayed hand and it's cost him. He now is He's now a short stack on the table. When he leads the river there when he calls pre-flop out the small blind, leads, calls on the flop, and then leads the river. Really doesn't really have any misdraws. So it's very, very unlikely that he's bluffing. And I think Lee, that's a fold. I think it's probably just a fold out of frustration, given that he got counterfeited. Or a call out of frustration, sorry. Really should be folding. and he should be betting the turn to get value again from the jacks. So there we are.
It's a half decent hand for George to open under the gun for the first time with, but he doesn't. No, he does. He ships it.
So George all in with King Queen.
One fold. Do you reckon it'll go all the way around? I mean, it depends on what people wake up with.
Know. Probably most of the time it's going to go all the way around, but
yeah, under the gun, it looks strong. Yeah,
it looks very, very strong. George also clearly going for the win. A lot of people there would fold King Queen offsuit under the gun for all their chips.
I like that. I like him. I hope he gets called and wins, unless it's against Eunice.
Where did Ross go for his cards to still be on the action track?
Yeah.
Oh, Eunice has sevens.
Eunice, wow.
Oh, no pain, please.
So
no
this
pain.
Is probably very close from Eunice. He makes the call.
He calls.
This is very close. So
would you not jam to isolate? Should you jam to isolate with sevens?
It's definitely an option.
I definitely jam with that to isolate.
So when you jam to isolate, when you get called behind,
exactly. You just gulp, and then.
However, when you just call,
would you really?
When you just call it, when you just
call,
would you ever call to fold?
I think you have a lot more. Like people fold a lot more when you just flat there. It looks like you're very strong. I think a lot stronger than isolating sometimes.
I disagree.
I isolate in that position.
I disagree. I think he should isolate with.
I think because you're inviting someone to ship over the top in terms of game theory,
I'd be calling with kings.
But what am I talking about? I mean, lulz, bull tingle even.
Does George survive is the big question.
Can everyone bar Oscar to stop talking, please?
No, it says everyone bar Oscar stop talking.
He's a queen.
There you go.
We have a queen on the flop.
Oh, so he's picked up a gut shot for a 6
or a 7.
Hey,
gut shot, 7 or 6 for the. Oh, 5 head. So when Eunice calls here with the 7s, what does he think George is jamming with under the gun? He clearly puts him on a wide range, given that George is an aggressive player. We know he's an aggressive player. We've seen him play a lot of pots with marginal hands previously. So George, we know he's jamming. So he jams King Queen under the gun. When he calls with 7s, he must think he jams 6s and below, right? Because he needs his 7 to be good a good portion of the time. When he calls, he knows he's also going to be flipping a lot, but he's also going to be behind a lot through 8s plus. So with Eunice calling here with the 7s, which I think is actually very close, given the importance of the chips on the final table, I personally would probably fold, but I'm not on the final table, so there we go. It just basically depends on the ranges that he puts George on. If we say George is jamming King Queen plus, possibly King Jack suited, Ace 10 plus maybe, and I guess Eunice thinks he's jamming all pairs. Does he jam 2s or 3s under the gun? Not sure. So Eunice is clearly put him on a very, very wide range there. And
correct call, to be fair.
I get in this case, but in the long run, is he going to be correct often enough? Is what I'm trying to figure out. I think it's a very loose call, actually. Don't know how often 7s are good there. If Eunice is going for the win though, and he wants to take a flip, if he wants to go for the win, take a flip, increase his chances. There we go. So we see a raise in the hijack from Eunice with 7-9 suited, which is a perfectly fine raise, and a call from Isaac with Queen Jack suited, which is also fine. With Isaac, with the amount of chips he has, it's definitely good to call here. 5-6, so we see Eunice pick up a gut shot, no backdoor spades, which is unfortunate, and Isaac pick up a backdoor flush and a backdoor straight draw. Also 2 overcards to second pair. If it was cash, I definitely would expect Isaac to float because they're a lot deeper. So Eunice bets. Not too sure what I know Isaac. We know Isaac's very aggressive, so we could easily see him call here. He doesn't like to give up on pots. And he does. So he knows that Eunice has a wide range. He could miss this flop a lot of the time, and he could also be good to him. So we now see Eunice pick up an up and down straight draw.
Barrel.
Which could elect him to barrel again.
I think he should.
Why do you think he should, Ant?
Bluff. Anything but a king is calling. I think he takes it down. I think he takes it down if he barrels again.
I like it too. I think it puts him in a really tough spot. It's very unlikely he has a very good ace king, given he didn't raise pre-flop. Yeah, and there's the snap fold. Well played from Eunice there. King queen calls, king jack calls on the turn. That's probably about it. He's not Eunice, so he's not going to be in the pot pre-flop with king 10.
Neither is
We say that. I was going to say, yeah, we say that, but he hasn't played it once. He's lamented it every bloody time.
Yes.
He's like, you know.
So the worst thing you ever said today was King 10 is his favourite hand.
Yeah, I've put him in a bit of a tricky spot.
Probably not the worst thing he
like
said.
But the thing is, you have your favourite hand, and then you have to lay it down a lot of the time. What I don't like is when people turn around and say their favourite hand is like aces, or like not aces, but someone was like, oh yeah, my favourite hand is jacks. Like, that's actually a legitimate hand. It can't be. Like, what's your favourite hand, Oscar?
7-5 of spades.
There we go. Is that because I just laid out the groundwork, or do you, that's genuinely your favourite
Casino
hand?
Royale, Le Chiffre hates it. James Bond crushes it every time with the old straight flush when everyone just bombs it into him with the nuts. Well played, James Bond. You're the best.
I mean, it helps when the guy has a live tell that's essentially a signal. Is that not the case in the film where
he has a tell, but it's like
a tell that is
James
like
Bond
no one
calls
has
him
a
off-
tell that's like
James
a signal.
Bond calls him off with aces full of
tell
kings.
is-
It's like
the
a alarm
biggest-
clock on his forehead.
The biggest tell is they both read the script, so they know what actually wins the hand.
It's like James Bond calls him off with aces full of kings, and they're like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "James," and Le Chiffre has quads. It's like, I thought he was bluffing. Silly film, and then it just goes shove. They've all got boats. James Bond has the nuts. Brilliant news, and he wins everyone's money.
And it's
he,
some
but
kind
he's
of
still
strange
determined-
sit and go where like they're
Yeah.
like rebuying for 2 million cash, but the blinds are going up.
He still determines that everyone is bluffing, even though he has the nuts. So good job.
Yeah, spying game's easy.
So
It's
7-5
this
of
final
spades is
table
the
in a
best.
35
So we
pound
see
student tournament that's hard.
George, having recently doubled up, probably going to be very aggressive again. He has the 3-6 suited. He raises, gets called by fives in the big blind, standard, I believe. Jack can now. This is an interesting concept. If Jack thinks George is a very good player and is not going to get paid off when he hits his set, Jack may elect to re-raise the fives pre-flop. I've seen it when S. Fandiari believes Scott Seaver is too good to pay him off with a set. So he almost turns his fives into a bluff.
It's definitely comparative, because what are we playing? 35? 30 plus 5 here? And they're like, just messing with you now.
It's if you think George is a good player, you may not get paid. So could elect to 3-bet his fives there, but I feel like the more standard play would be certainly to call. George takes it down with a C-bet on the ace-8-9 board.
And the Eunice faithful will be sad to see that he's dropped down to 3rd place in chips, but he's not far behind the
We're taking a
leader.
break in 5 minutes, guys, just so that Oscar can take breath.
So I quite like it.
15-minute break on its way.
Thanks, Gary, for the
still 9 left.
Sunderland 0, Leicester 2. That's massive.
Yes, Leicester
Unreal.
City, champions of the Premier League.
Not yet.
Yes, they are.
Not yet.
Would you like to gamble?
No, and to be honest, even as a Spurs fan, I wouldn't want Spurs to win. It'd be filthy.
The biggest upset in football in history is Leicester City
possibly,
in the Premier League.
Massive. Let's hope. Shout out to Millwall in the playoffs of League One. No.
Is that your team?
Yeah.
You do not sound like a Millwall fan.
I get that a lot. Yeah.
I am not surprised.
I get that a lot.
You do not sound like a Millwall fan.
Believe it or not, I'm from Peckham, so there we go.
Good man.
So, Top Dog, aka Matt, I literally have no idea why he's called Top Dog, has raised with Ace Queen in the cutoff.
We've got
George
Top
with
Dog
Ace
against
Jack
Big
here on the
LP.
button.
Heads up.
I feel like the more standard play would be to call in position, but he could easily, if he thinks that Matt is a weak player, he won't want to play a bigger pot with Ace Jack in position.
King of clubs, 3 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds.
recuse myself from all the time.
Toast spent 162,000. Short shows ace, jack, and parsley. So, top show and ace full.
That could have got messy, right?
So raising the fold, ace jack getting out of the way, heading towards the first break on the final table. 15 minutes to get myself a cup of tea.
I was about to ask you, Tao. I don't want to get too personal, but what are your plans for the break?
I might just be getting myself a cup of tea.
Beautiful.
Have a wander around.
Is that a euphemism, or is it just tea?
It is definitely just
I mean,
tea.
I don't want to read into it too much. Tea. What does tea mean? Tea, middle letter in Satan. What is it?
Far too old. So we will return, but there is 2 or 3 minutes to go until the first break on the final table. 15 minutes. But the guys are looking like they are standing up right now. This could be the final hand.
Yeah, Yunus has gone off.
Everybody seems to be departing. So time to check the stacks, give you the full chip count, and we will return after this hand in 15 minutes time, which means we'll be back at 3:45 with resumption of the final. Thanks to Oscar and to Ant. They will be back with us after the break. Now the final hand sees George in the cutoff. He's got the Leo McLean look. The hoodie with straight around his face.
I think he's going to raise and take it. I think everyone just wants to go off and get a cup of tea. Oh,
Recharge.
no, he's reaching for chips, and we've got a call, okay.
Recharge the batteries.
Alright.
The big LP with defending with 10-6. We're seeing some strange defending of the big blind.
What's our flop? 10-6 doesn't look particularly good. But he ships it. And we get a snap fold. Nice, I like that. 10-6. Send it in.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Ship
More
it
of
in.
that, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Well played, George.
Everyone taking themselves a bit seriously.
Big
I'd like
LP
to see
wins
Big
the last
LP
hand.
do the right thing.
Back in 15 minutes. Time for a grapefruit and a cup of tea.
For 2,209,000. 2219. One nine. 2,035. 1.7. 1,739. 1518. 1860. 187. 1,807,88. 1,228,000. No. PK's writing it down. 1,551. 1,254. 848. They're not in 20s, they're never in 20s, these guys. Stacks, need to double check these. Stay there, okay, that's fine. No, it's fine. These never put them in 20s. 1597. That's all.
What we're going to do is the first word is the simulation program will be 25 to 16. Then I'll special. Clean goals, Coffee Hamilton, 700, over 42, Robin Net. Speaking of clean goals, Hamilton, 2.5, over 42, Robin Net. Over 8, All players remaining in the neighbourhood. School counter is the regular active table. School players still in the neighbourhood school capital. Please make your way back to the final table. Thank you.
Could you put 6 and 6 from this space?
Push both charts up, boys. I'm jamming perfectly. Wait, how much do you have? About 20 bigs. Or 1.2 mil. I'm not using my phone, so. Oh, wow.
Please don't get it with me. Are you sure though? Like, people always say that they forget if they have these at one time. You even said it in your head. Oh, good. It's a little known fact that actually does. That does actually activate your one time if you say it in your head. I'm only getting it in against people that don't have one time.
So back with you. Blinds of 30,000, 60,000, running ante of 6,000.
Yep. Everyone's getting shallow. I haven't really seen many major chip ups yet.
Yeah, the deeper we go and not losing any players, obviously the average stack will change to a shorter stack.
Yeah. Quick shout out to the legendary Toysif. Good lads. Cheers for the shout out in the chat. He's one of my mates.
Toysif. What a great name.
The legendary Toysif.
Aye,
Just any.
You alright, kids?
Ant's back. Back. Oh, Ant. Oh, my son.
Alright.
30-60 with a 6. 30,000, 60,000. We think Bournemouth. Have Bournemouth won the Student Championships team event?
I think they have,
Bournemouth
bar a
really.
Plymouth top 5 finish.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, it's looking like Ross could easily finish in the top 5.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going for the win though, so he could bust out at any point.
Yeah.
So small to big. Looks like we see a all-in, a jam with the 9-10 off.
I'm really warming to big LP.
16 bigs.
And we just see a quick fold with the Jack 6.
16 bigs. Everybody else is just about level. Very flat. There's no real outstanding chip stack. As you just saw. So 11 started at 12:30. At 3:45 we've still got 9.
Yeah.
You thought it was fast and furious and going to be over by 4 o'clock, then well, you need to rethink.
With the stacks all being even, what we could see is just a quick barrel of bust outs as everyone gets shallower. We could also see just players like holding out with similar stacks. We could see that holding out for the ladders, which also leaves room for the big stacks to dominate again.
And seeing what the guy's going to spend the money on, well, you know, the money means everything.
Indeed.
Money is king.
Yeah, by the look of those responses, I think it's more money than any of these guys have seen.
So folds round. Top dog of A7 should fold under the gun +2. Oh, and we see Jack with kings.
Okay.
Delicious.
This is the first
hand.
premium that we've seen.
We've seen a few ace kings.
Yeah.
It's the first time we've seen sort of queens plus. We saw Jacks with top dog
Jacks,
earlier.
Yeah. And that was what check to win on the river. 10.
Check.
Yeah, it was your man
check
Dan Pope,
yeah,
right? Yeah.
Just called with a 9. Called with a 10 on the ace 10. How did UKSPC Preston do?
Can't see them on the list of the top 20.
Yeah, they didn't come on as strong as they did last year.
Same with Exeter as well. We struggled this year. Didn't have nowhere near as many players, nor as good run, nor deep runs, unfortunately.
No.
Still should point out that Exeter are probably current holders.
Okay, so we have a call from Yunus here. He's flopped middle pair.
So Yunus defends his big blind with ace 5. It's fine as long as he knows that a lot of the time on ace high boards his ace may not be good and he's good enough to get away from it. Based on the information so far, I'm not too sure whether he is or not. Can't tell.
I would not like to comment at this time.
So we should see a c-bet and should call from Yunus here. Don't really see why you call ace-5 proper pair on a pretty dry board and then not continue.
He has bet 150.
So Eunice is thinking. Here he goes. There's the call.
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's fine.
When you call, yeah. A lot of the time he's going to be good here
5,
against
please.
his air balls.
5 one time, please.
Could have Jack 10, King Jack.
We've improved
Ace,
to a
King.
gut shot. We picked up some outs.
Picked up some outs. Still, a lot of the time here, if Jack bets again, it's very hard to continue, even if you have improved. He's still going to be way behind a queen. He does not have the right. If it bets a normal size, Jack between 250, 350k. He should. Oh, is Eunice? Looks like he's counting out a lead here. Not too sure
what's happening.
So I guess Eunice is thinking his hand is not quite strong enough to call, but he thinks his hand is too strong to fold. So he elects that leading is the best line.
Because
Unfortunately,
if he gets raised here, he can fold. If the guy flats, then he doesn't. He's shuts down on the river, bar hitting the nuts. So it's better than having to call with a gut shot. But equally, he's not.
So let's
not
talk
thrilled.
about. So he folds with this bet. He's going to fold out a lot of his bluffs, which he's beating anyway, right?
Yeah.
So if he has Jack 10, King Jack, Ace King,
I think not knowing that the other guy has king. I mean, it's hard for us because we know that the guy has kings, but not knowing that the other guy is so strong.
That's why we're trying to talk about ranges.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
so
I think
he folds
it's not
out
bad.
all of his bluffs, and he is probably only going to get called or raised by better, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Triangle.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's been shipped on.
Easy fold.
Easy fold, but now Eunice has just lost 230k.
He's a good enough player to realise that doesn't matter.
Surely it matters. How can it not matter?
Yeah, well, like obviously he's not going to say, "Oh, I've lost this much. Oh, I should just call now." You know what I mean? Like
no, he's never never going to call this spot. So
yeah. So I mean, sad face, but lay it down. I think he would give it a think because obviously he's not foolish.
He's on telly.
Yeah.
Well, is he foolish though, leading the ace-5?
No, I think it's totally fine. He knows where he is now, and he can have a think. If he does something,
at least he bets small, which is good.
Yeah,
At
exactly.
least he bets small, and he's betting for information here. Kings is weird jam, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think that's a great jam, to be honest.
I think Jack is possibly frustrated knowing that he got bluffed earlier when he had ace queen against the twos, and he's just decided he's had enough of it with people trying to bluff him.
Yeah, exactly.
But
there we go.
If you think about it,
easy lay down.
Well, obviously it's an easy lay down. But when
I think he played that perfectly, given the run out, and
I disagree. When you defend the ace-5, you call flop is fine, but when he leading the turn is very weird. I think you fold out all of his bluffs, which you beat anyway, and I think you only get called or raised by better. Fair enough, he's bet for information, and he knows where he is now, but he's lost 230k in that, and as we know on the final table, chips are incredibly important. True,
but I don't know about the.
So you don't think he check calls him?
I think it's a pretty standard check fold. Yeah. Although he's picked up equity, he's still way behind. If we look at him, he's 20% on the river, so 1 in 4 times he wins, but 4 out of 5 times he loses. And when you call turn, you probably have to call river as well. Don't really. So
I think he sets it. I think given ranges, I think it's fine. Leading out on the turn because when he's really strong, when he's really strong, ace kings, things like that. He's setting up so that on the river, if he checks, he probably gets a check back. If it's ace king, like on the river, he's doing all kind. He's setting himself up quite nicely. Like I say, he's folding out bluffs which have an opportunity. If there are hands that are just
why would you want to fold out the bluffs?
Because he doesn't have anything. He has ace high, so if the bluff gets there on the
ace-5.
Oh yeah, he has a 5. Yeah, he has a pair of 5s.
So he beats the bluffs, right?
Unless they still have 2 overs and they bink it on the river,
Oh yeah, but they're 12%, so 90% of the time he's going to win. A lot of the time on a dry board, I think a lot of the time their airs just check back. A lot of the time their Eunice is going to have a queen, so I think it's very unlikely that you're going to see double barrel bluffs on a
Sorry, I'm
dry
just
board.
consulting over here.
And then, so Ant's gone.
Talking tactics, and he's not in the competition.
I think Ant is frankly wrong there. in his range analysis, and Eunice has just lost 230k. What do you think, Tower?
I thought if the bet on the turn, if it checks and the bet on the turn is small enough, he might have just called.
Yeah, if they bet really small, he could definitely call with his increased equity.
Yeah.
Ace could be good a lot of the time. 5 could still be good, and definitely the deuce for the gut shot.
Leading the turn.
But if he bets sort of around half potish, what do you think? Which he probably would do, right?
I've got a real power.
A check fold and you're saving your chips.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Still on 9 for the final. Still 9 players. If you just joined us in the last few minutes, good afternoon. Coventry is the place. Student Championships final table. Eunice Barakats, Isaac Carlisle, Dan Pope, Matt Nollets, George Gover in 5, Jack Amarji in 6, Joseph Kwok in 7, Lee Patterson, Big LP, and Ross Duffy. They are the 9 on the final table. Well done to the 9, out of 965 runners. First event that I think we've held when there's been more re-entries than uniques, which is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think UCL donated a lot of money to the
I
prize
can
for it,
imagine.
so.
I've heard you're frivolous with money.
Myself included, but
4, how many bullets? 4?
well, 1 for me, but
just 1?
Yeah, I'm a bit more
No
conservative.
re-entry?
Well, I bought into the side tournaments.
Right, okay.
And yeah, so it's about 110 down on tournaments, but you know.
You've had a good week.
Yeah, I've had a good week.
Good,
the cash games were good.
The cash games have paid for the expenses?
Yeah, more than enough. Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, more than enough.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about.
Generally the case with most of the UCL team, but obviously Eunice bust out quite spectacularly, and then
yeah, it's a shame. Without the tournaments, I would be up more than 1,000. But you know,
yeah, it's all right. 4 figures is fine.
Yeah.
George has jacks. It's always fun when he picks up a hand because he's actually been playing like a maniac, and so when he has a hand, it's even more fun because you know he's liable to get called light and, and you can see what happens. It's beautiful.
When he's got a good
this
hand,
is what I want.
It's more likely to get paid, which is how it profits being an aggressive player.
Yeah, no worries.
Just leave it on my shoulder. Yeah, I mean, as you may have gauged by now, I enjoy the entertaining, loose, lagtard ones.
So George has about 25 big blinds here, which is
that
probably a
actually
bit too much for
Lagtard,
a jam.
well now it is. yeah.
He needed a word.
Probably a bit too much of a jam.
It's a neologism.
If there will be a jam ahead of him, I expect him to say.
Hey! Hello, now we're in business.
Wow. So this is just pretty much a cold deck. This hand, I expect George to call here, and if he does, this hand just.
Please don't fold.
Yeah, there's no way he's folding. George is way too good. Yeah. So there we go. We see the snap call.
First all in and a call. All in on the final.
Not much you could do there for about 15 big blinds. Lee just jammed over the top on an aggressive player.
The big losing player is at risk.
Big losing player. Let's see if he loses.
The big
this.
LP.
So this is again this hand.
Oh, there's no need to point fingers. What's he doing?
Yes, we have to do it again. We have to explain what an LP was. Yeah. Yeah. Target audience. An LP.
A big record.
No, a big LP is Big Lee Patterson.
So we see
an LP.
Jack's hold at the moment. Queen's down to 6 outs. Ace Queen down to 6 outs.
Oh, that'll do it.
Turn,
yeah.
And he's drawing down.
She's already dead.
The Jacks win.
Ace or Queen for the needle. So we see George again with a massive pot. Lee's out. Everyone ladders up. Payouts now.
9
or 8 now. Lee Patterson.
Big Lee Patterson with Ace Queen has just been eliminated.
So
well done, Lee.
£405 locked up.
£350 for Lee. The big LP, 9th out of
unlucky there.
965.
Not much you could do about that.
No, actually plays itself.
Yeah.
Lines at 30, 60 of a million chips.
So I might not want to backtrack,
Just
Oscar,
over
but
big 15 bigs.
Got because I can't be bothered to think, I'm brain dead. But one of the better players in London is messaged me about the ace-5 hand with Yunus. So what he says, Yunus leading there accomplishes a couple of things. If he's calling a turn bet, he can lead there both to name his own price when he has 9 outs and to get middle pairs to fold. The fact that King jammed is indicative that he repped a queen pretty competently, something like King Queen.
Right.
I think that's essentially what I was thinking, but couldn't be bothered to try and figure out.
I don't want to. You couldn't be bothered.
Well,
really?
so you can get
okay,
some middle pairs
fine.
to fold, maybe. But why would a queen lead the turn? So which is what he's repping, right?
Because
and then fold to a river bet. So he's essentially just turning his hand into a bluff. I mean, can work sometimes. It's a very high variance strategy, particularly on the final table. I feel like a more standard play would be to check fold, but it can work. I guess it can work sometimes leading the turn, but I feel like it works less often.
Okay.
I don't even know if 7s through 10s actually fold to a river bet, given that his line literally makes little sense. If he's a thinking player, knowing that Yunus is aggressive too, does he actually?
Do they know that he's aggressive? We know that he's aggressive. But at this stage, Yunus has showed how much has he showed down. You know, like he laid down. I mean, Ace Queen would bet is what we're getting. To be honest,
Ace Queen would bet what? The turn?
I don't know, man.
Yunus? Okay. I'm not too sure it's a great jam by Kings either.
Yeah.
Given that if he's just again folds out all of his bluffs.
I'm just reluctant to use my brain. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'd rather.
I'll have a cup of tea then.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, tea run.
In a minute, boys. If I can be bothered to stand up.
The King 7 is raised.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get Jeff in.
I don't mind. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, super.
Yeah, no problem. Cheers, guys.
We are going to have a change in the commentary box.
I'm off. Cheers, guys.
Oscar, superstar. Ant, thank you very much. We'll see you back before they finish.
Cheers, guys.
Super guys. Incoming Mr. Jeff Kimber. Which seat would you like, Jeff?
I'll go round, yeah.
Go round. You need to go round.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thanks a lot, Oscar.
Cheers.
The guys will be back. Incoming Mr. Jeff Kimber. Oscar has got a lot of friends, talks a lot of sense, and has just got to take breath.
How do you know he talks a lot of sense?
He talks. He talks. He talks. All is good.
Got my dinner plate on.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. So.
They were fairly big at the start, but they're noticeable. Like I said before, I'd like to get you and Joe in specific sponsored programs and maybe get a third one for people who qualified online. But for you guys, for staff and that, they definitely stand out more.
It don't look so big on me and Phil. Put one on Raj. Take up a whole top.
I think they stand out better.
What about having a different colour for the online one so you can actually notice things?
I've been going through all the online.
If you've got an online qualifier sat at the table with a different colour badge on, you instantly know.
Like we can have black, we can have a certain shade of blue, a certain shade of red, but a certain shade of red is only for the food thing, a certain shade of blue is only for entertainment. So very specific branding, and what we have in terms of patches that we could use at the moment is black or a dark blue. We're trying to get out of that and try and do something, because if you look at the others, I mean, who we're kind of up against, and you walk through the ring, you see 888, very, it's like electric blue, it's really clean. They're obviously grown for an 888, Sky Bet, you can see that very easily, Sky Bet. We're kind of stuck in that we've got growth and the long kind of name and the logo's not that great. It looks better than the old one, but yeah, we need to, it would be better if it was a
You need to know, as soon as you walk in, you need to know who's satellited in.
Why?
Because I think it's a good advert.
It's not great for the person who's satellited in though, it's like a target.
I qualified online.
Yeah. Come and knock me out. I've never played a £1,000 comp before.
It is to an extent, but it's good to stand out that way. It'd be more stuff for the Goliath. I'd want to do something like that.
Why is this bloke called Top Dog?
I don't know, not got to the bottom of that. It's called Matt Nollett, but his name's Top Dog. He has to be called Top Dog on the stream.
So if I ask to be called King Jeff next time I'm on
Yep.
it, that'll be fine.
Indeed.
No apostrophe in the king.
Instead of president now.
I didn't know the chairman did requests.
you hum it.
Does he play like a top dog? He's still boshing away with a pair of deuces on an 8-4-4 board.
Yeah, so losing our first player last couple of minutes. Lee Patterson has gone in 8th.
King 7's raised this paired board. That's one of those moves that works once, especially if on a live stream table.
What price are Leicester now to win the league, Jeff?
Commentating on this hand.
I know. I'm asking you, you nailed it last time.
1 to 33.
Don't be so ridiculous. Right, 1 to 3 maybe.
1 to 10.
Right. I don't do football odds.
No, I
especially at the
know,
top.
but I thought you'd have a decent stab at it, seeing as you nailed it on the head last time with the 66%. I know that was a poker hand.
So the raise of the paired board here by the King 7.
There's nothing.
You find certain players do this quite a lot. So any paired board, if the pre-flop raiser continues, you have to wonder what kind of hand that would raise here. Genuine hand. Very unlikely he's got a 4 in his hand. Ridiculous show off of his hand afterwards.
Yeah, he shows it off. He shows it off. He's trying to get back to being the best that ever was, apparently.
So top dog has folded the best hand. The best there ever was has victory slammed a hand. Jeez.
With the old King 7.
Now got 2.7 million.
You get the feeling some of these kids have never played in a casino before.
That is true.
Jonas is a good player. But,
hopefully,
he's playing.
Hopefully they'll join us for the
He's
Goliath.
a good player. I'm saying that victory slam. If he did that in a casino, if ever he meets Barry Neville in Sheffield, for example, and does that, he'll be running around the table about that.
He does play with me at Empire, so you know, he does this showboating, and then
you just
tries
got
to
Jeff
get
in a minute.
value after that, you know.
You can join us later.
I mean, there's no point though, because he's on
No
the stream
problem.
table, so the other guy can find out his hand anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it didn't really make any sense anyway, but it's the fact that the guy's got deuces can't really do much.
Really.
Even if he gets it right, he can end up getting counted.
Yeah,
30-60 with the
play.
6.
He's probably calling with more silver pairs. Even ace highs might call him down. So.
Undergun Jack with ace 3. It's out of the way. Not done anything untoward on the finals. Jack from Bristol.
So he's now folding King 10, having victory slam King 7 and shown how good he is. He's now open folding King 10 when it's passed round. Because he kind of knows, but he's got a balance. Ruined his reputation. What's this kid called? Top dog? We're not calling him top dog.
Matt Nollott.
Right, we'll call him Matthew, like his mum would like it.
Matthew in seat 4 with the hood up. There's the man.
He's going to kind of look like he's steaming anyway. He's just been shown a bluff, so it's not the best time to be raising from the small blind. George is pretty aggro from what the guys were saying before. See how aggro he plays the 5s. Yeah, there goes the triangle. Triangle's in. And there goes the 12 pass.
They just sat down, so give it an hour.
So Matthew has just lost 2 hands in a row and is feeling a bit like the world's against him.
Nice jam with the 5s.
I think it's kind of standard, like he's got a lot more chips in him. He's also, it'd be very surprising to pick up a big hand after you've just had to lay down what was obviously the better hand of the previous hand as well.
And the chip stacks are very level, aren't they? Very flat. There's no chip leader really. 2.8 and 1.1 the short stack.
That's where kind of final table savvy comes in now, because the ICM dictates there's not really much point in taking many risks, which you wouldn't notice when people are sticking it in with King 7 offsuit, but there's no real risk rewards to be playing too light at the moment. To be fair, most of them are playing fairly tight, aren't they? Folding marginal hands pre-flop.
So Matt Mum's all in. With Queen 7 on the button.
For 1.1 million. How many big blinds is that?
Blind to 30-60, so 20 bigs.
Jeez, absolutely tilting his box off. If our numbers are right there, sticking him at 20 bigs just to try and win a hand. Queen 7 offsuit. Good news is that by the time people report back hands from watching them with us, that it'll be half an hour later and he'll either have tilted his way out the tournament or tilted his way back into it by the look of it. But at the minute he's obviously he's played 3 hands in a row and managed to stick 20 bigs in with Queen 7 off.
So the final, if you're just joining us, lost one player, Lee Patterson in C8, finishing in 9th for £350. Started the day with 11 players, we're down to 8. And there's no big stacks, as you can see. 2.7 chip leader, 40 bigs just over is your chip leader.
So you're talking about ICM there, like the ICM of sticking 20 bigs in with 8 left with Queen 7 offsuit is like suicide, but he's lucky enough to not find a hand behind him.
So another gun +1, Eunice.
So he's pushed it in with King 7 offsuit. He's then passed King 10 offsuit when it was passed around to him. Now he's playing King 8 offsuit. I think that's called mixing it up. Not sure if he's looking at his cards or...
All folded round in order. Back to George.
George has got the real hand. Remember, George is the big stack at the table. So he's the guy who can do the maximum damage and knock you out in 8th place.
Is that the tell with the hood going over the face?
It's not a tell, I mean...
Third time he's done it.
I know, but it's as much a tell as he's not thrown his cards in the muck. You know he's going to play the hand, but there's no tell. It's a bit like some people look at their cards and then put their sunglasses on before they raise. Like, it's not a tell, it's just like preparation to play a hand. Joseph's got pocket deuces in the big blinds. It's a pretty hard hand to play with a raise and a re-raise. Pretty sure he just has to fold here. I mean, he probably knows that Eunice and seat 1's opening pretty light and that George may well be 3-betting light, but you basically have to stick your whole million in to find out. Because a 4-bet would have to be like $250,000 anyway, and with deuces you might fold the best hand.
Yeah.
So it's easier just to get out of the way.
And ace queen.
And King 8 peels, wow. He ain't come here to fold. That's a fun flop, nobody's hit anything.
9-5-3. Here's the flop.
The Eunice will check to George. Is George going to see that? Kind of has to. It's pretty hard for that board to have improved his opponent. Well, it probably feels like he was winning pre-flop. He might feel like he's trying to get a small pair to fold. See whether Eunice leads at this now. He takes that. Was that check a pot control or was that a check to give up from George? I wouldn't imagine he's folding a 1-bet.
Exactly right.
Let's have a brick on the end, and then we'll see whether Eunice is going to fire again. There's a brick. Wouldn't really make much sense for a pair of 7s or something, 7s or 8s, so the kind of hand Eunice might have that would lead that turn to lead again. He's going to have to lead again because he's got king high. I wonder if he's thinking, how clever was it for me to show the king 7 off 5 minutes ago. See what George makes of this bet.
325 by the looks.
I mean, he kind of flopped us 8 units. He could play 9s or 6s like that, raise and peel a 3-bet. but they're pretty specific hands. Other than that, I don't think he bets 10s, 7s, 8s. Good call by George. Makes no sense. You've just shown king high as a bluff. Victory slam king high as a bluff. Now it's come back to bite you on the posterior.
And losers a chunk.
If ever you want a little story of why not to show bluffs, there's 5 minutes that can help you out. He was so happy with himself bluffing with king high 5 minutes ago. And also not being able to recognise your own reputation too. Like you need to know what your own image is at the table. You need to be aware of what other people are thinking of you. Fish! No, you need to know if people think that you're 3-betting lights. You know, even if you've had big hands, you need to be aware that if you haven't shown them down, then people may well think of you as 3-betting lights, as never having it. If you're voluntarily showing king high as a bluff, you've got to be aware that people are going to think that you're a loose player who's opening lights and who is capable of a bluff.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you can double bluff and do it again, but it's a risky strategy.
Moves George to chip leader.
It's pretty horrible to peel a 3-bet with king 8 offsuit anyway, to be honest.
No pink chips on the table yet. Thought there'd have been a bigger chip than the 25, but George has stacks of everything. You'll see his chip lead on 3.2 million. Out of the 14 million in play.
He's been gifted a few since I've sat down, mind. He's done absolutely nothing wrong, but he's been gifted them.
And then just for a bit of advice on the rail. Isaac under the gun, raising to 150. +1. Matthew calls with queen 10.
Lovely situation with the button. Pocket queens, and it's beautifully set up to look like a squeeze play as well. It leaves Isaac in a horrible situation now. Let's see what Joseph makes. Jack makes it. Sorry. That's why even like pretty hands like queen 10 of clubs, they look nice, but it's so often you see action induced behind you by peeling a raise. So Jack, who's another big stack, 2.7 million, 3 bets to $500,000. Does look very squeezy. Is it a bit much? No, Isaac's got a deep enough stack to 4-bet, so he's made a nice size raise.
He's out of the way of the ace jack of spades.
And Matthew is going to lose this hand again. To see how much he loses. Is he going to peel? Is he going to fold? He obviously should fold. I honestly don't see the point of dwelling there.
Nope.
What is the point of dwelling?
You're already thinking what you're doing when there's already a guy to act before you.
You look weak anyway because you've called a raise rather than re-raised yourself, so people know you haven't got much of a hand if you then fold. So you're definitely going to fold, so let's just crack on. He's kind of hemorrhaging chips at the minute, is young Matthew.
There's a point. Who's the oldest at the table? Who's the oldest person at the table?
Is it the dealer?
Definitely the dealer.
I don't know actually. I don't know who I'd say. Maybe
seat 9.
Seat 1 or seat
Ross Duffin. Seat 9. I suppose that's because we can't see him.
Can't see him.
He's 25.
I haven't seen his face yet.
The oldest person at the table is 25-year-old. Jack in seat 1's 20. Jack in seat number 6 with the purple shirt on. He's 23.
How old's Eunice?
Eunice is. He is, in fact,
he's got
21.
He's got the most facial hair, I think.
21.
Some of them look like they haven't started shaving yet.
Me included.
Joseph on the button, definitely got a raising hand. How old's Joseph?
seat 7.
He's going to raise it up with the ace-9.
22.
Well, Eunice, who we've seen has been very lively, seen splashing about, has now got a big hand in the big blind. If you 3-bet here, it's all going in, so yep, that's what Eunice is thinking. Let's stick it all in and try and look weaker than I am. And if he's got half a hand, which he has, Joseph might be tempted to call here. Nobody likes calling off the whole stack with ace-9. What do you reckon, Phil? Is he calling or folding?
I'm folding.
I know you are.
I'm in the corner of folding.
What do you think he's going to do then?
I don't think he's been that active on the feature table.
He's got a bigger hand than you need to have on the button, hasn't he? So he can feel he's a little bit under-repped, but it's still not a hand you're going to be in love with calling off. I mean, even if you're right and he's only got King Jack or something, then you're not far ahead. He's got a pair of 6s, you're behind, so it might be that he just has a little think and then folds this. I don't mind him having a dwell here. I think this is a genuine decision, isn't it? He knows that Eunice is active player. He knows that he might do it light. And he knows he's got a bigger hand than he needs to have to raise the button, but he's given it up. He's now the short stack at the table, Joseph is. Still 14 bigs. Pretty deep, this final table, isn't it?
It is. It is. 40 bigs was the last average stack I saw.
Testament to the structure. I played the side event yesterday. I heard one of the lads saying, you know, it's so unfair. We can only play 3 years after we're students, and next year's my last year. And I was thinking, well, you know, you must have a local Grosvenor. They have these kind of tournaments run all the time, just not with just students. That's all. You know, good deep stack tournaments, plenty available.
Yep, every Grosvenor casino that has a card room will have a decent weekly event structure.
So much easier to get a game and get into the game than it was when I first started playing.
Yes.
So much more welcoming and friendly.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
You know,
if you need help,
easy to find out information.
Don't be afraid to play poker in your local casino.
You'll be pleasantly surprised at the standard, I would say. Especially kids who played a lot online. So it's folded around to the button again. Ross is going to give up the button. Eunice, another decent hand. King, Queen offsuit this time. This will be a raise.
$140.
Eunice raises and takes it down.
Hey, only won a side event.
Did he want you win it, did he?
Nah, that's an old one. You plonker. You
loved it though.
I bigged him up.
I know you did.
I bigged old one-eyed Pete up. Comes to see us every time we come to Coventry. He puts in a profile picture on Facebook that he's got all these chips and the winning trophy. It was last year's. You go and get the teasing.
Oh no, I haven't got time. I'm sitting down early today.
No, I've still not had my trophy from that tournament I won in November.
Have you not?
No.
Well, you should
Got no room for
tell
it,
them.
have
Plenty of room for it. A little gap on the mantelpiece waiting for it.
you? Little matchbox gap, yeah. God, I could wish a trophy. How are we doing then?
So Ross has moved all in from the cut-off over the top of... Hey, what's happened to you when we looked away?
Eunice decided to... Oh, it was Ross that was jamming, was it?
Did that go raise 3-bet, 4-bet all in with ace-8? Don't know what happened there. Blame Pete for that. We missed that hand.
Sorry, boys.
Yep. Absolutely.
Pretty big jam if it was.
How are we down to now?
We are on 8.
8.
Who scored?
Mourinho got the first and then Bojan.
Must be his first goal, I would have thought. He hit the post, didn't he, the other day? Moreno.
So 8 players left: Eunice Barakat, Isaac Carlisle, Dan Pope, Matthew Nollett, George Gorvet,
Wasn't great.
Jack Amarji, Joseph Kwok and Ross Duffin are the 8 that are left. 965 players played, and we're down to the final 8. Started today at 12:30 with 11, so 4 hours in, and we're still on 8.
So how's this affecting the team game, Tower?
I think if Plymouth's got to finish in top 5, hasn't he?
I think so, yeah.
We think Ross has got to finish in the top 5 for Plymouth to take the title.
If he doesn't, what happens?
Bournemouth are still up top.
Are all their players out then?
Yeah. Bournemouth have got no players. Edinburgh have got no players. Coventry are 3rd, and I don't think they've got any players left, have they? And then Kent, and then it's Cardiff. Plymouth are 4th.
So Ross is carrying...
So Ross is carrying the whole of Plymouth at this moment in time.
Well, 8 players left. 2 days of grind. I wish them all the best.
Nice one, Peter. What are you playing anyway?
I'm off to play the side event.
Which is?
It's a 20k stack, half-hour clock.
Right.
Not too
Post
bad.
up another profile picture. I'll not believe you anymore.
I'll pick another picture.
Right,
out.
whatever.
I've got lots of them.
Half-hour clock with 30k chips?
Yeah, 20k.
You'll be here till next week?
Oh, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's it. We played 9 hours on Friday night with a freezer. Bring me sleep bag in and all that kind of stuff in there.
Couldn't be doing that. What's wrong with a good old-fashioned turbo? What's wrong with a 15-minute clock?
I don't mind a 15-minute clock. A lot of them don't like a 15-minute clock.
20,000 chips on a 30-minute clock. Is it a 3-day event?
That's almost like...
That's almost UKPT standard.
It's almost the old 2-day tournament.
Yeah, 25 on a 30-minute clock, isn't it?
I'd like to get myself into one of these main events at the tour because I mean I'd like to play some decent poker because half the time you can't play decent poker.
Well, 20,000 chips on an half-an-hour clock, you don't get better than that in many tournaments in Britain.
They don't appreciate it though. It's still a shove fest half the time, believe it or not, even the first level. Anyway, I wish you a good afternoon. I'll see you later.
Cheers, Pete.
Good luck, Pete.
One-Eye Pete on his way to play the side event, and he'll still be here at 5 in the morning.
Must have got that structure wrong, sure. Can't be a half-hour clock with 30,000 chips.
20,000.
20,000.
Yeah.
It'll take forever. Maybe it's capped at 30
It'll be a long day. So with the blinds at 40-80.
Yeah.
Compared to like 7:30 that you don't just start.
Yeah, but it should take about 12 hours, depending on how many people have got. Should do. So we're seeing a flop. We haven't seen many of them.
Flop the nuts. Told Georgie boy. Just want to see the two. There goes check, check with the nuts. When do we start betting?
On the flop. Paired the board on the end. Still doesn't have anything, the ace-9. George is going to have to bet at some point.
And pairs on the river. Got to stick in something. George wins. Isaac gets out of the way. We'll try and clarify that from the team events updater, which could be Rory. Charles Wells plays for Bournemouth. His points have been awarded to Southampton apparently. Can we update it if possible? We are on the case. N4.
That is postcode.
Charles Wells.
Do we have any confirmation of that? It's down as Southampton.
And N4. Do we have confirmation it's being awarded to Southampton?
Does his Facebook profile not tell you what uni he goes to?
It was in Jersey. Very nice.
Must
Somewhere
be
I've never been.
absolutely minted.
Somewhere I've never been. Jersey. Is it a tax haven, is it?
Yeah, and if you're not born there, you have to have at least $1 million in the bank to buy property there.
Oh, right, okay.
There's some good cash games there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anybody wants a cash game in Jersey, just look up. Remember Soxy? We used to play with Soxy from Jersey.
Soxy. I remember the name.
Chris Socrati.
My plan is to visit the Grosvenor offices in Malta this year as well.
Why?
Just because it's sunny.
What Grosvenor offices in Malta?
Oh, you're in Gibraltar, aren't you? That's even sunnier, isn't it? That'll do.
Inside the offices, no?
Nines are all in from Daniel in seat number 3. In the cut-off, we jam the 20 bigs.
An open shove?
Yep.
Wow. Now seat 4 is something to think about. Isaac has got cards in seat 2. Hang on, Phil. So he's just limped, has he?
He called the 80.
Isaac
yeah.
limped for 80 and he shoved.
Oh, Georgie boy.
George has the ace-king. There's no way he's passing this.
2 all-ins. Daniel Pope.
To be fair to Matthew, he did well to get away from King Queen there.
Yep. So Dan Pope, pocket 9s against George Govet's ace king. Chip leader George. Dan is at risk.
Everybody stands up.
Everybody's up.
George passes. Russell total is 445,000.
So 9s for Dan, ace king for George. Who wins the race? Off we go.
Oh, 9 on the flop.
That'll do. Just about.
Drawn dead, isn't he? Oh, drawn dead.
Yep.
Pretty hard to have your opponent drawn dead in
a queen or a 10 on the turn could have
oh yeah, you're right.
given him a straight, but a set of 9s for Dan. A set of 9s is good for Dan as he doubles up. Level.
And then 2 people shove over you. You're like, okay, I guess that's how it is.
Okay, so it's 11:51. Can I keep it like this way? Yeah. Otherwise, we're gonna break it. Just like it.
So a big double up for Dan. Dan Pope, big double up. It's a 2.5 mil.
Levels everything again. George has had some big hands, but
without playing a hand, Jack is now chip leader.
Yeah, if you don't win those flips, it's very hard to keep up there. And a massive flip for George would have put him double the second stack. Instead, he's not even chip leader. Sort of a weird limp, wasn't it, that started all that action? Limp with Queen Jack meant the nines really has to make it, 4.5, 5 big blinds, which when you've only got about 20 big blinds anyway, you may as well stick a lot in. Hand could have played different. If the Queen Jack raised, the nines may well just call the Ace King, may shove, and the nines might pass then. But once the nines are committed,
yeah,
the Ace King's never passing.
I can't believe I didn't fold Ace King there. No pair. It's not even a pair.
Isaac, seat 2. Not done anything out of the ordinary as Isaac, and he's built his stack to 2.3 mil. He re-raises to 225, and Matthew Knowledge has got Ace Queen off with 15 bigs. Is this the time to shove, Jeff?
I think it is. I think what's going in here. There we go.
Well, there's an out for George. 10 Jack. Isaac, one of Isaac's jacks. If he needs to hit. If he gets unlucky. Gets out of the way. Big blind gets out of the way. The jacks.
More importantly, one of his queens was full there. He's the guy who needs to hit the Ace Queen.
The jacks should be calling.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, there they go. I've got jacks against Ace Queen.
Yeah, he's against a shorter stack as well, so it's one of those that you take the race.
Matthew Knowlett in seat 4 stands on the rail, needs to hit to survive. Does he? Wow, what a flop. The Case Jack hits 10 for outs.
Still got 4 10s to hit.
And needs a 10 and a 10 only, or with the lost one. A king fills up, which means we'll use Matthew Knowlett in seat number 4. Shakes the hand, finishes 8th for £405.
He changed his name to 7th Dog now.
He's, yeah, so the guys who changed the name to nicknames have both been eliminated. One thing you don't do. Change your name to a nickname, or else you get eliminated early. Yes. Alright then.
What bit of singing you doing up there? Couldn't understand a word you said, though.
I'm very good.
Couldn't understand a word.
What, because of my bone accent?
Yeah, they've got Yanis in now, 'cause he speaks better English.
Okay, yeah, the Russian. The Russian speaks better than the English one.
Yeah, the Russian bear's in now.
So we're down to 7.
That takes up all of ranch. Just take up your whole face. I don't know.
You're like just under 4, so like 3.7. 2.1.
So we're on 8. We've lost the big LP and the top dog. now we're back to normal names. Eunice, Isaac, Dan, George, Jack, Joseph, and Ross. Lines are 40-80 with an 8.
God forbid it was 10. They've had some weird andes this week, actually.
Yeah, they've been. Well, you have 4-8 with a 1. You have 4,800, 8,000 with a 1. Why is it not 40-80 with a 1? You know, it's just.
I do suggest every year that.
And also at the last break, you get all the small denominations off the table.
Yeah.
You don't need 1,000 chip on an 80,000 ante.
No.
But the students love it.
There's an all-in.
Aye, aye, aye. It's a 2.9 mil on the button.
Well,
Jack as chip leader says you're only gambling against the chip leader.
He's got the effective stack behind him is 1.2 million as a big blind. Which is 20 big. He's not going to be happy if you get called when you show ace deuce. Isaac is the chip leader, by the way, Phil.
Isaac, yes. No, he took out.
Just won that.
Took out Matthew. And also 14 million chips in play, and the big chips are 25k. I want to see the pinkies. I want to see the plaques.
Do they have any?
I don't know if they have plaques. They have the pinkies.
What are the pinkies?
100k ones. 100k should be in play with the lines at 40-80.
Yep.
Maybe Jody Mike swallowed them. The pinky chips. Yeah, the 100k ones. The big chips are 25. You never know, we might get a new one. I'd like to see the plaques back. When are we going to get the plaques at the Goliath?
No, I hate plaques.
When there's 4,500 runners.
I hate plaques.
Why?
Only French use plaques.
Why? What would the biggest stack? What would the biggest chip then? Would you do?
For what?
For a competition that's got 4,500 runners.
Well, what's the starting stack? 30,000.
Yeah. That's like 120 million chips in play.
20 million.
You'd need a million chip, wouldn't you? Well, or 500,000.
More than a million, I would say.
250
million. So the average stack heads up is going to be 60 million.
Yeah. Your big chip's got to be a huge
Got to
chip,
be a
hasn't
million,
it?
yeah.
The Goliath at the end of July. We'll be here.
We will.
Are you here for the whole week, Jeffers?
I think so, yeah.
Yes. I wonder if I'm going to disappear into a box this year, or turn into Superman, or turn into some I had weird and wonderful acts last year. I ended up as a magician's prop last year.
Stabbing the football on the. Stabbing the football.
Yeah,
on the,
stabbing
on
the football on the pitch.
Is my favourite.
That was awesome.
Would you like a mango?
No, the grapefruits, and it's mine.
Got some spare mangoes.
Good afternoon, Neil. Golf prediction for tonight. I'd like to put Jordan Spieth each way. I've got 9-1 each way. It'll pay for a round of golf in Exeter in May when he wins.
When he wins, he's dropped 3 shots and that's 2 holes.
I'd like to see Bernard Langer win it.
I'd like to see Smiley Kaufman win it.
Will Bernard Langer win it with one of them long putters that are illegal?
He hasn't got one, has he?
Yep, but he's actually not allowed to touch his belly with it.
Oh, so he still uses the long putter?
He still uses the long putter. Neil will confirm that, I'm sure.
He just doesn't anchor it.
Neil plays off 1.
Does he?
Yes. And I'm going down to Exeter in May. He doesn't know it yet. But I'm taking my golf clubs down on my week off.
In it from Blackpool.
I don't mind. I'll have a travel down with my golf clubs. Spieth to win it for me. I think Spieth will probably shoot a 300 today.
I think he's going to get swallowed by the pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be laying them, would you?
I'm hoping Danny Willett.
From Rotherham.
Is he?
Yeah.
He doesn't speak like you. I can understand what he says.
He's the manager. He used to be the golf pro at Thriber Golf Club in Rotherham.
Well, surely you should be backing him.
Matsuyama.
Yeah, I like Matsuyama.
Wow, Matsuyama wins him £18. You'll be bringing me to Exeter.
You'll go to Exeter, you won't be there.
We might be going to Portugal if Matsuyama wins it.
He'll be in the Caribbean.
We'll forget Exeter. We'll go to Portugal instead. Good luck with Matsuyama then. That's all we can say.
Yeah, you're not coming to Vegas this year.
Nope.
Because on your 2 trips last year, you didn't enjoy it so much.
I think it's overpriced, very expensive. The exchange rate is shocking at the minute.
Yeah, you shouldn't go twice a year.
I've only got a 10-day gap, literally 10 days, because we've got the UKPT one in the middle, UKPT at the end. Can't do it. Can't do Vegas. I want to.
Try and win a seat. There's a satellite.
There are satellites on Grosvenor Poker. In fact, did we find out whether the student who won the first package actually played the student championships?
Troy.
Did we find out if he played? Troy Stentel.
Sounds like a...
Won himself a package to Vegas on Grosvenor Poker.
On a free roll as well.
To give you the new card right now?
Oh, have we got a new one? Just on there, please. Anywhere on there. Anywhere on that one. Upside down, right there. Thank you very much.
Cup of tea with 2 sugars, please.
Oh, yes, please. With some bourbon biscuits.
With some bourbon whiskey. You've got your earrings stuck in your hair, Raj. Is that what it's supposed to be? Is it?
Oh, Kev, see, Kev Math's watching, you see. I've just told him I'm not going to Vegas. It's...
I love having Kev Math watching us.
Kev is
legend of the poker
world.
world.
Legend on Twitter is our Kev.
Tuning in to see the future of British poker here.
Good afternoon, Kev. Probably in Atlanta. Yes, unfortunately, Kev, with work giving me 3 jobs in June, it's very hard to actually get out there at the minute. Met Kev last year, shared a couple of good stories, and it is good to see all the guys that we don't normally see on a regular basis, but unfortunately at this moment in time I have no plans for Vegas.
Always appreciate Kev retweeting our link to our streams and things.
Yes.
Very very kind of him.
Yeah, and got rewarded with he got nominated for an award and actually won the award as well.
Yes, well done.
So
if ever you come over, Kev, come and play a GUKPT.
We'll treat you well.
So Jack's got the real hand, Ace King. He's, I presume we're playing 40-80, Phil, right?
Yes, 40,000, 80,000 with a running ante of 8.
Min raise to 160 from Jack. It's one of our big stacks. And he takes it down. All of a sudden Joseph's down to 10 big blinds with the blinds raising. He's lost a couple of hands. Some of the guys who used to use the long putters are almost anchoring as well, aren't they? On their around their kind of mid-rift area instead of.
Yeah, I do think I will definitely be down. I'm like 90% down your way in May, Neil. Sure I'll see you in Reading.
90% of you is enough for anyone as well.
Sure we'll see you in Reading and we'll have a chat. But Neil, very
when
good.
When is Reading? Two weekends time?
Well, next Sunday is the 10-6 guaranteed.
So that's the start of the festival.
The start of the festival is next week.
Main event the weekend
Yeah.
after.
We'll be there in 2 weeks today. We'll be commentating on the final.
It's a great place to play poker, Reading. It's got its own little poker community of people who probably either work in London but don't play poker there, or people who live the other side and just play in Reading. So players you don't see that much, but some good players and a real.
We look forward to the day, Kev, that you come over and grace the tables.
Yep.
You are a well-respected figure in the poker community for all your social media skills, and so it was great to see you last year. And you never know, I could be commentating on one of these final 7 sometime in the future. They all play a good game. Some of them talk a good game.
Is that a call or a 3-bet from George? Just a call? Dan's raised it up with a 10-8 offsuit from the button. Surprised George hasn't 3-bet the ace-5 he's playing it. The 10-8 has outflopped him. Instant pass from George. George has gone a little bit quiet since he lost that flip, and Daniel has perked up a bit. So Joseph is the man who's under pressure. Down to 10 bigs, in the big blind.
So we're on 7.
Oh, so I won't tell him.
No, don't tell him yet. They were still.
Well, if you tell them, you know, guys, double check your results, maybe another one's wrong.
Did we manage to find out the points differential if it was Southampton and Bournemouth?
Yeah, we're just going to check them now.
Okie dokie.
Isaac raises to 200,000. George makes the call. Two players in the club, let's see.
So sixes against King Queen see a flop. The lines are 40-80.
2 overs and a gutter ball for the King Queen. Quite like that George just peeled this hand. I'd have preferred he re-raised the ace-5, but the peel with King Queen in position flops well. In position to pick up hands anyway, even if he doesn't flop well. Isaac's C-bet 300,000. Pretty sure George peels one here, Phil. 2 overs and a gutter ball. See what he does. He needs to have a bit of a plan here because he can't rely on the fact he's going to hit a jack, queen or king.
So sixes, King Queen see a 10-9 deuce flop. A bet of 300,000 from Isaac in seat 2.
George has cut out more than the 300 call here. I don't really like raising particularly here. His hand's got quite a lot of equity anyway. He can probably pick up some pots on a later street. Have a long old think about this, George.
Long think. The overs with the gut shot. So
eventually
the overs in the gutter, it calls.
I think he's given too much away about his hand, I think, in that long. He doesn't look particularly strong. There's the deuce, brings a second diamond. check from Isaac. This is what I was saying about this hand. He doesn't particularly have to hit. If he called the 300,000 and then now can find a bet of 400,000 or 500,000, maybe now or maybe on the river if he misses the river, he can easily rep that he's got a 10, maybe even a 9.
And it has gone check. Now Isaac must be confident he's in front and against the draw.
No, I don't agree.
You don't think?
No. I mean, how would George play a 10? If he had ace 10, how would he play that? Exactly the same as this. Don't you think?
Well, if it had got a 10, are you inclined to bet the turn?
No.
When the board pairs?
No.
No, but it's gone check.
No, I don't like that from George. I think he's got to fire. He's got to. When he calls to 300,000 with a king queen, he's got to be ready to represent, just to knock out hands like 6s, 8s, small pairs, ace highs. I mean, the only hand he's checking down he's beaten there is Jack Queen. I think he's got to, if he's going to call 300, he's got to be able to bet 400 or 500 on the turn or the river. Can easily represent that he's got ace 10 there. If I'm him, I'll play ace 10 the same, call a C bet, check behind on the turn, don't want to get check raised. If he checks again on the river, I bet. I think that's the way to play the hand.
So the final table, 7-handed. Good to have you in the chat box. Who are you rooting for? Who's going to win it?
Just chunky pot for Isaac, that you can see he's still stacking chips up. Joseph moves all in. Remember, these are short stacks. Nice time to find the ace queen. Quite a think here with a queen 9 as Ross. Obviously a non-believer. He's going to hate it if he does call.
The blind's at 40-80.
I mean, he is going to show a lot of hands. Pass around the small blind. He's got 9 bigs. He's going to shove a lot of hands. It's queen 9. Is it suited? It is suited. Why do you keep making the picture so small that I can't see it for? He has called. Called with the queen 9.
So they're all in. Ross has got queen 9. He needs a 9. And a 9 only at the minute. 10 for more outs. Well, we're down to a 9. Or we lose Ross. And it's a 6 on the river, the 9. Queen 9. Short stack down to 8 bigs. Ross having the chips counted. Not sure who's got more chips. They're going to check them. It looks like Ross has got more chips actually.
Yeah,
so
Joseph was short stack.
Yeah, Joseph doubles up with ace queen. I thought it was Ross with a stack of 5, 7, 9, but it leaves him $500,000, does it? By the looks of that. Leaves him $500,000. But he will be a short stack now. Counts his stack. Ross is our new short stack. Calling with the queen 9 of spades.
Feels a little unlucky there, doesn't it, that he walked into the ace queen.
Yeah.
He's going to have to shove a lot of hands, and even if he is behind with Queen 9, he's probably going to have 2 live cards. So to be dominated is a bit unlucky.
I'm a massive I love this bit. Race 170.
Daniel raises to 170,000.
You going in the tournament? Yeah. Next time.
Guinness shows 7-2, thinking he just won the pot, or he lost to Daniel Raises.
I left you the 2 pack finger. No, I didn't kill it. It's so schlecht. Warum nicht?
So Ross is down to 6 bigs.
No, you're right. I mean, I don't agree that we do need to be prepared, but prepared not to make anything, make anything on put out in our Facebook or anything.
Zwei Könige einmal.
I asked for 2 Könige, you see? Könige. Gold raises to 160,000.
So the short stack is Ross Duffin in seat number 9. His triangle is over the line. George, did he just call under the gun plus 1? He raised to 160 under the gun plus 1. So I'm guessing he's not folding, but unless Eunice comes over the top with ace 9, Ross will be in good shape. In fact, Ross is in good shape either way.
He has really got them both dominated.
Got them both dominated.
Nice spot to find when you've only got, what's he got, 7 or 8?
2 triangles.
Triangle time.
So Ross is all in. Eunice has him covered, but he's behind.
Bothered, isn't he?
So Eunice goes to see his friends, as he always does, on the rail. Must have watched it on TV, where they all stand on the rail with the mates.
Yeah, but normally they're playing for £8 million, like.
Flop. Oh, what a flop for ace 9. So the ace jack needs to dodge an 8 or a 9. Oh, it's a 9 on the turn. So an 8 to split it.
Jack to win it.
And a jack to win it. It's a 3.
The ace 9 wins.
The ace 9 has just taken out Ross Duffin in 7th.
Oh, he's unlucky there, Ross.
Yeah, shakes the hand of everybody. Well done to Ross. £520 for his efforts. That'll pay the barbell and his expenses for the week. Well done to him. We're down to 6. We are down to 6.
Yeah, unlucky that, Ross. He had them both crushed, didn't he? The wrong one called him. I don't really think anything should be in the hand, do you? George's going to start a hand behind, can't he?
Yep. He raised initially.
There we go. Joseph and George are still our short stacks. Joseph's been a short stack for a while and has doubled up and is still short. George was our chip leader till he lost that big coin flip. What's happening here, Phil? They're looking at numbers.
It looks like it. Looks like they're already. Are they looking at numbers? They are. Are they trying to flatten it a little bit?
Joseph doesn't look that bothered, does he, down this end?
Are they trying to flatten it a little bit? 7,290 up top. Next out would get 725. So maybe they're trying to flatten it a little bit.
It's not an easy thing to do, is it? To flatten. Is it 6 left? 6 prizes?
Maybe 300 off top, maybe 500 off top.
Come on, just make the next prize a bit higher.
Yeah, I suppose what they're trying to do is make 6 to get at least 1,000, I suppose. And just flatten it rather than chop it.
I find it's very hard to do if I'm George. If I've had a big stack and I've lost a coin flip and feel a bit unlucky to have lost it, now to start talking about flattening prizes and...
Well, the cards are coming out, so they're obviously looking at something. We'll leave them to it for a minute, and we're back with you very soon. Looks like a bit of negotiations going on. We'll leave it quickly, get a cup of tea.
We just have a DJ flip. Well, we could guarantee it. We can flip like high card it. We can take and then flip it. I don't even mind there being that much on top. There's still a lot of massive payout. There's still from 7.2 to 6.8.
Like, you know, like it's like something.
Yeah, I'm big shift as well. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's my side.
We still in video.
I know it's 400 up to
Yeah.
What's his name? Yanis.
Yanis. Yanis. You said alright. Yeah, we played those in the concept. If you take 4
Okay, so just to know informal, I have to give you discounts.
I will explain you all this. I mean, like it's a yes or no. Yeah.
Does that look good to everyone?
Yeah. I mean, like there's no worries.
I think everyone should be now. We need the last guy to join.
Yeah, Joseph needs to be What did you fall? I mean, you opened something you wanted to go.
I King Jack.
Even though the then we'd be happy.
No, but the point is, like, I double through you.
Yeah, exactly. And then, like, okay, guys, you have a deal or no deal card in front of you. If you're happy about this deal, give a dealer deal card. If you're not happy about the deal, give a dealer no deal card. Face down. No, don't worry. It's
Okay, guys, the ones that you don't want, guys.
give the dealer the cards you don't want it. Okay, there's a deal now the second time. You're happy to do a deal. What you just agreed to. Okay?
Wait, what was the first one?
First one that you're happy for the deal. You're happy for the money. You might not be happy to do a deal. You're happy for the money, but you don't want to do a deal. So once again.
Can you explain that again?
So now it was just for the price. You have to do it. Are you happy for this price? Now it was the might be happy for the price, or you don't want to do deal. You just want to play out.
What happens if I say deal now?
No, you carry on playing. You're still playing for the money.
All this will do is change the payouts.
The payouts, yeah.
What was the password for? I don't get it.
It's 68.97. You have to do.
You're dealing.
Decisions, guys. If you go in the ones that you don't
the rest
want
of
to
them.
do, guys, the ones that you don't want to do, can you give me the cards?
George? Okay, perfect. So we'll change the prices upward on everyone. We're still playing on. We've still a lot to play for. At the moment, I can't confirm that. I will find out and let you know. Okay? Okay? It's a good amount of money.
They have that.
Smooth the payouts out.
Smooth the payouts out.
Okay. Yeah, mine's 50 bucks. It's shuffle, so it's 48 this one. One and 48 with 8 and then 51 with 10.
Lines up the next hand, gentlemen. The next hand is the line.
I'm below Melbourne.
It will be 5100.
So we're back after negotiations. Negotiations are saying that they've flattened the structure a little bit, and I'll try and write it down for you. But basically, they've taken 400 off top. They've taken 300 off second. They've taken 200 off third. 200 to make, basically to make fourth, fifth and sixth a little bit bigger. So they've added £200 to fourth, £300 to fifth and £400 to sixth. So it now reads £1,125 for sixth, £1,430 for fifth, £1,995 for fourth, £27.50 for third, £47.95 and £6,890. So basically 4 off first, 3 off second, 2 off third, added to 4th, 5th and 6th.
Well, we asked about 7 people to get us a cup of tea.
We ended up getting a self.
Admitted defeat. So they've taken some off top and given it to next out. Is that right, Phil?
Yes.
Is that the only difference?
We've gone 4-3-2 off and added it 4-3-2.
It's a strange old deal.
Joseph, the raise is holding and party. Joseph,
Daniel's all in the C3 here, and George has got a decision. Reckon this is a result of the deal, Phil? Shoving all in with ace-4?
Well, the money's only changed.
Past the pair, George. He kind of has to. He's not ahead of, not dominating anything at all. Dan Pope for the win, says Charles Wells.
Yep.
Yeah, he's from Bournemouth University now, Charles Wells. Not Southampton. Come on, Isaac. George is now the short stack.
He is.
Got a big stack all day.
Special prizes distinct. 225,000.
Still no goals in the match. Spurs, Man U. Leicester 10 points clear.
Yep.
So even if they get a draw, Spurs draw here, they'll be 9 points clear.
They will. If Spurs draw, Leicester will be 1 to 33 at 6 o'clock.
3 rise to the top.
They will.
They really won't.
Face of heart, 9 of diamonds, 4 of
Come on, Isaac, says N4 Kura.
Is that supposed to say Nakura? Like in a,
Nakura, as in like an NA.
Like a number plate.
Oh, right, okay.
Maybe it's his postcode, N4, North London somewhere. I've had an idea, Rory, for next year. Why don't you have a veterans event? No, but like
it's actually not a bad idea.
for ex-university students, so I can represent Leeds. You know, like an alma mater event.
That's actually a solid idea.
See, put that on the good ideas list.
Suggested, but it was more the whole people that had gone past the 3 years. And
Well-
we're just desperately trying to get something. Now they all come down now and play the side event.
I think it should be
That
at least-
has a more longer term.
That's
not
better.
Just, not just to cater for people that are there, but to cater for the much older people like you.
I think it should be at least 10 years since you went to university and have to prove it.
Anybody who's left more than 3 years, you could play for your alma mater. I
Well,
left Leeds Uni 20
that
years.
just makes it into a normal comp then and not a student championships.
Well, who would you play for?
I play for Rotherham Tech College.
That's not a university.
Yes. Well, there's a college guy on the final, so are we gonna split hairs here?
If you can get a team from Rotherham Tech College, you can play. It's not going to be. Not everyone went to university. It's not going to be a normal comp.
How do people prove that they went to university and can play?
Show you their degree.
What happens if you failed?
How high can you count?
How can you fail a degree?
Pretty easy to drop out for the start.
Well, then you don't count if you dropped out.
How can you prove if you went to university 25 years ago?
Well, I've got my degree certificate. I can prove that I went in 1996.
I'm sure it's up for debate. I'll be here commentating, so we don't mind.
Rotherham Tech College, you've just lost their star player. What did you study at Rotherham Tech College? What was technology in the 70s?
I studied maths.
That's not technology. I thought technology would be like toasters and that. Colour TVs. Televisions that are wider than they are lengthways.
You never know what's going to happen next year with the student union.
That's a good idea. Rory said it's a good idea. So you be quiet with your everybody can play nonsense.
Joseph's got Queen flush, moves all in, flush draw is there, jams it in, Eunice false. So the money's being flattened but only slightly.
Might actually speed up play, that flattening of the pay structure, which is no bad thing. Not that it's been particularly slow.
Do you think it's only £400 difference?
Well, I mean, there must be some reason they've done it. You know, it's going to 400 quid's going to make a difference to somebody, otherwise they wouldn't bother sitting and talking about it. I agree, really, but there you go. You know, it's the dwellings, all the dwelling that we had in side events and all sorts, there's not much dwelling on the final table, there's only been one or two where there's been proper decisions. Not dwelling for camera time like we've had in other events.
Daniel announces goalie. Jack, the raises goalie. Joseph and Isaac post away.
Raise 200,000.
Jack raises to 200,000.
Everything's on. Owen.
So the ace deuce moves all in. Eunice wins the blinds and the antes after Joseph initially raised. Outside there were a minimal, yeah, the pair jumps. I don't. The pair jumps were.
It's pretty standard, Bradley. That's how poker poker payouts work. I'm afraid.
Yeah, there has to be a percentage.
The same percentage is done for every tournament Grosvenor run.
965 runners. They paid 84.
And that is how it is.
The structure then moves up in chunks.
Payouts at Grosvenor are better than other places, in my opinion, although I'm biased. I think the UKIPT ones are worse. Pay too many people, try and get you paid into your PokerStars account. So
Yeah, exactly.
Want you to gamble it.
Yeah.
I think this is pretty good.
Very well, Rory's making you get a payout structure paid into your Grosvenor account. Rory will be saying that's the way forward.
You can see why companies would do it, though.
No, of course you do.
It's not great for the players.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why companies do it. But what are the satellites on tonight? What would you normally be playing, Jeff?
Well, I don't need to play it, do I? But the Vegas satellites is to win a trip to Vegas with me.
Oh, excellent.
And Joe Beavers.
Oh, I might join. When is it?
When's it start, Rory? 7 o'clock tonight?
7 o'clock tonight.
And there's feeders into it as well.
Overlays in every tournament.
Yeah, because of the new software. So there's overlays. This is the right time to be getting on a new Grosvenor paper.
We've got a £5 tournament at 6 p.m. with one 200 quid seat guaranteed, and we currently have one player registered. So I'm going to post on Facebook now. We only need 3 for that to run. So you could do what Troy Stencil did, the other students, and basically win your package for free.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Troy's already won a package to come to Vegas, so play the Colossus, flights, hotel.
So, small blind, big blind coup. This could end up with the lot going in.
Queen 9 against King 8?
On a Queen 9 King flop.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough for Eunice to get away from this one.
There's been a raise, a bet from Eunice, a re-raise, a raise from Isaac. Now, Eunice, you've got top pair.
So Eunice bet 125. Isaac's raised to 300. I don't really see the point of shoving if I'm Eunice, do you?
Well, it looks
I think
like
he's just going to call.
Yeah, he has called.
Call and check and see what happens. That would be my my tactic, I think.
If it comes a club.
You're his best friend ever now.
He's not me babies, that.
Tower's just been handed some second hand
See the
food.
club on the turn. Do you not lead on the turn when the club comes?
If I'm who?
If you're Eunice.
No.
Would you not?
No.
The flush draw and top pair. Even though it's not top pair anymore.
Yeah, you did notice it's an ace. No, but it makes it hard to pass your hand if you're Eunice. You've still got 2 million chips though. Food not free anyway. No, you're stuck in the second-hand chicken mode. Eunice has check raise there. I don't really like that. I think he must still be behind when.
He's gone to the rail again to see his mates.
He might end up staying there if he doesn't hit. He's a 2-to-1 dog here. And Ross is going to burn and turn around.
He needs a club, a king, or an 8.
Or an ace.
Or an ace.
The offsuit deuce.
The biggest brick in the building, the 2 of spades, means Eunice Barakat has just been eliminated in 6th place for £1,125.
I think he played the flop nicely there, and I think you should have probably just checked all the turn with it was 2 million stack effective stack.
Yeah.
500,000 bet. I just don't think he's. It's very hard for him to be winning. Isaac doesn't seem.
We
to
have
sort.
now a big chip leader.
Yeah, he's a lot
big
of chips,
chip leader in Isaac Carlisle.
He's not done anything out of the ordinary, has he? Just played his hands, hit a big flop there. But he's raised, he's played it pretty honestly, he's raised as soon as he's hit the big flop.
So we're down to 5. Min cash now is £1,430 for your £30 entry.
Blinds and antes, guys, please. Blinds and antes.
Big stack.
Small blind, right? Okay. Red button.
Okay.
Ante and big blind, please. Ante and small blind, please.
Your situation is getting there. I don't think there's going to be any more of that. I like the jump, it's not at this stage.
Yourself, sir?
Yeah, about 6 now. Just under half the chips.
Well, he has a helper. 14 minutes he has 30. Yeah. Well, I will need 1,500K.
About 1.2. Including
Alright. Three raise all in. Second chips forward as well, please. This one, sir. Thank you.
probably 50. We were definitely flipping. I would have thought so. No, not really, you got the pressure on.
So I've had a quick colour up and the pink chips are coming in, the 100k chips. Woo woo!
Sound like Jim Bowen when you say that.
Here's what you could have won.
I watched so twice this week I've watched Bullseye on Challenge because at 3 a.m. when he's stuck in a hotel and you haven't got all the proper channels.
Yeah.
At 3 a.m. Dave goes off.
Does he go off air? Does it?
Goes off air. But Bullseye starts on Challenge. I found out this week, and I watched one episode. And honestly, I thought there was going to be a political incident when they said, "Welcome to the new series," and Tony Green comes on, and he says, "Oh, I hear you've been in Africa scouting the local darts talent there." And he says, "Oh yeah, do you want to see them in action?" And like a load of Zulu warriors run towards with chucking spears. And I was thinking, God knows what Jim Bowen's going to say to this, like, but he probably shouldn't be saying it. But he managed to avoid that one too much. And then Peter Everson was on as one of the. Yeah, but it was not as a star player, just a contestant.
Was he?
Yeah. And then I watched Would I Lie to You last night, and Peaches Geldof was on. I kind of forgot she's dead.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a bit weird, isn't it? So Isaac is getting a lot of these pink chips. Pink chips 100k. Always nice.
Isaac Carlisle.
Is he from Carlisle University?
Unfortunately not. Find out where he is from, though.
Let's have a look at these.
He's from Leicester University, originally from Nottingham.
Oh, Leicester are winning everything.
Leicester are champions of everything. Anyone got the adjusted prizes? Let me try and stick it in the chat box.
Joseph, what do you study? Entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I saw that.
How do you study entrepreneurship?
5 players left.
Looks like they're going on a break now after all that, Phil.
Ah, 15 minutes. Oh no, they stood up because there's an all-in the call.
Oh.
George is all in with 4-5.
Oh wow, what happened there? Very quick. Isaac is on his 6th bullet.
So 4-5 for George. Joseph has got ace king and the 4-5 is all in. Missed how it all went in the middle, to be fair.
That's no good to anybody. Well, he's down to just 4 or 5s. He's picked up no help.
So the 4-5. George is all in and it looks like he's all out now. Joseph Kwok. No.
So Joseph.
George.
Entrepreneurship.
Yep.
Moves up to 2nd in chips. Now it's time to find ace king.
Lose one. George has been eliminated.
Stop.
There we go. That's what we were trying to do. George has been eliminated in 5th for 1,430. We're down to 4.
How did he get that in with 4 or 5? What happened there?
Well, I think it was it the button? I don't know if he jammed on the button or he had only got 17 big blinds, to be fair.
And that was George Gorvet, was it?
Yes. Little Red.
Biggest win before is 18 grand. That's all right. $18,000.
200,000.
Politics students. Feeding time at the zoo again here, PK. I'm trying to avoid bits that get thrown at me. It's lucky you got them mangoes to keep you company, innit?
That's the journey home.
I quite like Joseph's sheet where they ask, have you taken part in the UKSPC before? Any highlights? No. Absolutely none.
So we're down to 4. That's the adjusted payouts on the screen. You can see they basically took 400, 300, and 200 off 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and added it to 6th, 5th, and 4th. I don't know who invented that one, but that's how what happened.
I'm thinking of developing like an ICM calculator that doesn't work out ICM properly, but I can put on my phone. And if ever I get in a situation, I can say, look, I'll work it out for everybody, and you know, I know which position I want to bias it towards. I think that might go down well. Daniel Pope studying economics with econometrics.
I'd set up this profile specifically for that and then forgot the password. I just spent the last hour trying to know the difference, but eventually got it. Good old roll.
Phil, can you tell me all you know about economics with econometrics?
It sounds interesting.
What's your particular highlight of econometrics?
Econometrics. Probably being able to spell it.
Maybe it is a spelling mistake.
Elliot, Dan Pope, the hero of our time. Playing well. Playing well. They've all played well. Really enjoyed it this year. Not that I didn't enjoy it last year.
Just didn't really enjoy it.
Enjoy.
He's from Exeter as well, Dan Pope. That's where you're going to play golf.
It is.
Maybe that's where you should
Neil
be,
Wolfie, I'm on my way down to Exeter Road.
Yeah.
To be fair, if Matsuyama wins the Masters, I'm expecting him saying it's alright, Tower, we'll go to Portugal instead.
I'd be expecting him to say, don't bother coming, Tower, because I'm in the Caribbean. So 0-0 in the football still.
Is it?
Anyone who cares?
How's that Liverpool doing?
Is he actually any good, Origi? Always looks a bit like a newborn foal to me, but maybe he's actually alright. So A6 for Isaac, raised to 225. We're still paying 40-80, Tower.
500, 1,000. 51,000. 100.
50,000, 100,000.
Yes.
225 from Isaac. Call from Daniel with a King Jack. Bosh have the lot, says Joseph with the Ace Jack.
King Jack's not too strong now, is it?
Joseph's going to take
Or is
that
it
one
300? 400, sorry.
I mean, it is until someone ships it on the top of you, though.
Yep.
And he's picked up 600,000 chips there with that shove. It's a risky play, but you know, your four-handed Ace Jack figures to be good. Raising a call. See who's best at adapting the game now. You can't really be peeling raises, but you can trap people with calling pre-flop, calling raises. It's like we said yesterday as well. Like it might be the case that you may as well be raising any two cards because the stacks are getting to the stage where people are going to just shove over the top rather than peel and see flops.
I think you're absolutely spot on there.
Ben Carlisle says, Isaac Carlisle, the true MVP. Do you reckon there's any kind of biasness in that?
Ben Carlisle's talking about Isaac Carlisle, is he?
Maybe they just, you know, maybe they just, you know, have similar surnames.
Maybe just a coincidence.
Maybe. So they're all guaranteed 1,400 quid.
They are indeed.
So somebody on my table on the side event yesterday said it's a bit cheeky how they put the student event on the week after we all get our student loans.
That was the plan.
That was it's a happy
around Easter, so you can blame Jesus on that.
happy coincidence. Another one was telling me how lucky he is that he gets a full student loan. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I got a grant when I was at university. Pass to Joseph for the King 7 of Wow, passing King 7 of Diamonds on the button. Wow. I didn't expect that. Never ever passing King 7 of Diamonds
So is
four-handed on the button.
Is that just a call and a check?
Yep.
Flop time.
Wow, passing King 7 of Diamonds though. Maybe Joseph's locked up a bit.
Nobody's got any of that, surely.
No, everyone's cards are too big. First bet would take it. Now the Jack 9 hits. First bet's still going to take it. It's going to be from the Jack 9 he wins. Takes another one down as Isaac.
To be fair, the true MVP.
True MVP, yep. Hit top pair and bet it.
So if you do fancy trying to get yourself a place at Las Vegas, is it 6 o'clock tonight?
6 o'clock is the feeder.
Yeah.
£5 feeder.
So we need one more for that to run, and then
7 o'clock is the 200 quid tournament, and we already got 3 registered in that, so we'll have a fourth from the 5 o'clock feeder, and if we get the other one to run, you'll have 5 in there. It's still going to be a 1,500 quid overlay.
There's plenty of overlay at the moment. It'll run that way. It's not one of those overlays that people advertise until it gets filled up. There's plenty of overlay on Grosvenor Poker at the moment as people move over to the new software. The World Series won't wait, and we're taking a team of players over, so get yourself qualified. The 5 Super Sat at 6 o'clock. We'll probably run with 3 or 4 players.
I've been told with the film crew next year.
So the 501 will definitely run. There's three entries at a fiver each for a 200 quid seat. So that will definitely run. So get yourselves in there for a bit of a cheap ticket into the £200 final, which is 7 o'clock tonight. Win a week in Vegas, Rory, is that right?
Yeah.
The week in Vegas?
Work week.
Yeah, it's a school week for these students. Yeah, a week in Vegas, 5 days in Vegas with flights and hotel. Play in the Colossus, win yourself $1 million, all for the sake of a fiver at 6 o'clock.
Very nice indeed. What a good effort.
So we'll pass on to Jack. Jack in the small blind. 6-8 offsuit, all in. All in with the 6-8 offsuits. Joseph's having a bit of a posture. He's just saying don't do that every time, but I'm sure right about now they'll be getting texts telling them exactly what the action was there.
No more fourths for Exeter, please, Pope. Who came fourth last year, Toby? So 500 with a 50,000, 100,000, 10,000 running answer. Break after this level.
And here comes Joseph in a small line with Pocket Kings. Not going to get much action from Deuce 4 offsuit, I wouldn't have thought. Well, hang on, what's going on here? It's all about timing. Isaac's going to go a bit mental with Deuce 4 offsuit and he's against Pocket Kings. I don't think Joseph's been over aggro. I don't think he's pushed Isaac around too much. This is one of those random I'll put more chips in than you bets rather than any kind of read or feeling for a situation, and he's going to get the punishment he deserves. What does Joseph do? Does he peel? Does he move all in? There we go, all in. How do you like your Deuce 4 offsuits?
He doesn't. He's already folded.
600,000 wasted. Sometimes you just have to give up your big blind. If the same guy keeps peppering your big blind and keeps on aggressively trying to push you around, then you can make a stand, but I'm not sure that was the time. Certainly not when we could see the cards. Joseph raised again with the ace-6 this time. Isaac's going to peel. That's probably going to bring Daniel in as well. Three-way flop though. This is
3 to the flop. You don't see that very often.
Ace-9 4 with diamonds. Joseph's going to c-bet with his top pair and take that one down.
Ace-9 4, bet fold. So heading towards the break, 4 players left. Look at the stack in front of Daniel, in front of Joseph. Joseph Kwok needs some of them chips really up in, doesn't he? Far too many chips. Nice to have a big stack of chips, but when you can't see your cards, because you've got that many chips, the smaller denominations, get them off the table.
I'm sure he can see his cards alright.
I'm sure he'd have to. It's a nice problem to have, to be fair.
Yep.
I've got all these chips. Is it really a problem? Well, for you lot it is.
Zachary raises all in. And Isaac
So 50, 100, running 10, break time imminent. I've got this feeling that 100, 200,000 were the blinds last year when we when we finished these student championships.
What are we on now?
50, 100.
Well, it might make it a level more, mightn't it, because of more runners.
They flattened it out a little bit, but not a lot. Still £1,995 out for next out.
We're all playing pretty aggro too, so
yeah.
There's always, I mean, the last guy went out shoving 5 high, didn't he? Isaac is raising it up with the 4 high.
So all in from Jack. Not getting called, I don't think. Isaac won't be calling with the 3-4, which he doesn't. So 10 minutes to go until the end of the session, and then a 15-minute break. All in from Jack with ace queen, and it's a winner. Oh, it's a call. I thought it was a win. I thought he folded, open folded. He didn't. They all tapped the tail and said thanks very much. Jack has got ace queen. Daniel, we can't see the cards, but he's still sat in his seat. He looks pretty confident, doesn't he?
Pocket 8s for Daniel, I think.
Is it? Eights. So the 8s are in front.
It's a good flop. We've got diamonds covered as well if it comes a diamond on the turn. Jack needs it, and then it's
oh, it's a queen.
Queen of diamonds.
But it brings the flush draw for the eights. So the eights are behind, they now need to hit a flush.
2 8s and
to
9
survive.
diamonds.
An 8 or a diamond, and it is not, it's a 7. Dan Pope has just finished 4th for £1,995. Great effort.
That was the 2 shorter stacks, right?
Yeah, Jack Armiger.
Right back in it now, Jack. That's you have 4.7 million. Very close stacks now, actually.
Huge stacks
So
around
Toby
the
says
table.
in the chat box, no more 4ths for extra, please, Pope. Well,
we're blaming you now, Toby.
I think the guys, are they going for a break now, or are we coming up for a break?
I think we're still 10 minutes off the break, aren't we?
I didn't know whether
7 minutes or something like that.
I don't know whether they go now or not.
Well, it looks like they've gone for a break. I thought there was a few minutes left, but maybe they took the break early.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Colour up the bits and
Yeah.
get the lads sat.
Yeah,
and
colour up the chips, have the 15-minute break now and get back to it. So, they are on a break, everybody's left. 3 left. So we'll leave them to it. Back with you as soon as the guys sit back down. 3 left.
Huh? Well, it's Ross and Roman. They knocked 3 players each out at the moment.
I've only been on for 20 minutes.
Really? Really what?
I've only been here for 20
3. 1.3. 1.8. 2 million. Yeah. So that's 2 million there. $75.80. 100. 2, 3, 4. 14. 92. Second? Yeah, I'll take them all of that. They only need 5,000 now for the antes. 100, 900, 1100, 1,500, 1.5 million. Two,
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 2. Actually, no, that's not. It's just stack 1, stack 2, split 3. Like 1.5, 2, 2. Well, chip counts be good. Good luck. Somebody has to verify them on me anyway. Where you good? Cheers, pal. Yeah, I'm doing chip counts with you or PK or whatever. Yep. You want to just double check? Well, if I want, but I don't want to get it wrong for you, that's all. Isaac, Jack and Joseph, yeah?
Yeah.
That's what I get.
15, 5.
Give us a minute. Yeah, we're just doing it just now. Give us a couple of minutes, guys.
47, 48, 49. 5, 1, 45. Before 5, 1, 2. And that's 15, 3, 4, 47, 48, 5, 1.
5, 1. Nice, that's how much.
So that's 5, 1, 45. 5, 1, 45. Can you give them already?
No.
2,
Wait to make
3. 2, 3, 4, 41, 40.
Second one's right, yeah?
2, 3, 4, 45. 55.
One out of 3, then.
Yeah, that's all right, 33%.
Terrible, man. Thank you.
Same. It will be a very interesting game now.
Sunday, one of the guys I was dealing with cash, 150 0-0 half time.
£150.
150 pounds. 15-8 0-0 half time. Man United 0-0 half time a lot of games. 0-0 I think. He also had 2-0 and Vardy showed me the bench. Vardy with the last kick of the ball. Like, why can you not come in early and tell the boys?
Well, I said so. I think it will be 2-0 now. Yes.
Right, I'll do the chips first, guys. You come here.
Okay, Isaac, you have 5,145,000.
1.5 points.
Joseph, 5,055,000. So you're 90,000 short of. And Jack has 4,140. So you have 1 million less than Isaac, and 910,000 less than John.
I'm happy to stick with you. Like a bit, left a bit more.
You want me to lock them together or? That's done and that's done. Just wait on this guy come over.
So, okay, so let me just.
take a seat, that's fine. Do it at the table. Okay, that's fine. You have to leave something for the winner. And obviously, there is a seat, £500 seat as well. And a trophy. Right. Obviously, for a year.
I don't know if we're picking. I think they're underneath the chips. DK. They're underneath the chips. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like 1,000. That's accurate one. Cheers,
Not 45,000. I'm not paying you 45k. You can take a seat, guys, as well. You can do this at the table. Viewers will like it.
Yes. Yeah, remember it's getting recorded, guys.
Like that plus the seat.
So this is
The second first.
okay.
Plus the seat.
Okay. I just want them to agree with that. You happy, guys? Yeah, that's fine. Are you sure?
So we take 4.5 each, 400, and 35. Any of those plus the seat.
Thank you, everybody. $2 million. 2 million. 2 million. 1 million. 2 million. Okay, buddy? Yep, thank you.
No, I'm not.
Thank you. Everybody got a triangle, guys, yeah? Yep. I'll just leave it there, okay?
Okay, guys, there's a short-handed policy in Roman casinos. We are dropping the clock. It will be half an hour clock now all the way.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Gentleman's asking, is it a GUKPTC?
Yes, it's a GUKPTC £500. Yeah, for the winner as well.
Yep.
Plus the trophy, and as you said, pride as well.
And more points for your uni. Not that.
And more points for you.
Ours has any chance. You know it's only
15k, is it?
Actually,
What?
yeah, 15k.
Gentlemen!
Okay,
Okay.
blind hands is 60.
Okay, guys, lines are 16,000, 120,000 with an actual 15,000.
Is that big blind for yourself? Big blind, please. Thank you. Good luck, gentlemen.
Do we not have to do the deal cards?
Because it's 3 of you.
Okay.
So when there's more than that, you need to do, because someone might be thinking that you're talking them into it. It is 3 of you only, so I don't think it will be hard to talk someone into it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you can still do it.
Great, 300,000.
So the prize is to 300,000. Everyone passes and progress brings the top.
Some antes, boys, please. 15.
So, we're just been to see what the deal was on the negotiation table, and three-handed, they've chopped it, or split it.
I'm not surprised.
5,000, 49.50, 4,500. I think it's just to whoever finishes first, second or third. The money's not gone to a certain person.
Just change the price.
Just change the payout structure. So 5,000 up top, 49.50 and 4,500. We're down to 3. Isaac Carlisle, Jack Armiger and Joseph Kwok. They're the 3.
We popped off to keep an eye on the football for 5 minutes.
What happened? The over 2.5 goals must have been at 10-1.
3-0.
3-0 Spurs.
Rory, who did our back first goal before the game?
Von
Scored the second goal. Toby Alderweireld, I backed at 40-1 first goal.
How did you manage that?
He came second. That.
Yeah, just deal the hand out. So they have split it. We just confirmed it. 5,000 for first, 49.50 for second, 4,500 for third. There are 3 players left.
Jack's got to put a hand again. Jack's got Jacks. Let's see what Isaac doesn't like folding his big blind. He's going to defend the King 4. Pretty nice flop for pocket jacks. What's Isaac doing though? Well, Isaac's made some unusual moves. Here's another one. Leads out for 300k. There's 2 arcs on the flop, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Jack put a raise in straight away, but he does just call. Isaac leading out with the King 4 on the 885. That's not help matters. What's he going to do? Is he going to bet again? He is.
He is going to bet again. Interesting.
Unorthodox, I think we call this.
The dark blue chips are 100,000. For some reason I thought they were pink, but they're not. The pinks are £100 chips, aren't they? I've never seen one of them. Yeah, the hundreds were the £100 chips I were. The hundreds are the £100 chips I run about. The 100k chips are dark blue.
What does Isaac do now? 550. Call again. I mean, if your oppo's got an 8 and he's going to lead all 3 streets rather than checking to you, that's just how it is. See what he does. He's all in. It allows him to pass all his bluffs, of which he has one. So Jack takes it down.
5.3 million out of the 14 million in play.
Do you reckon Jack's Jack's favourite hand?
Yes.
You do find the odd poker player who plays, like, remember Paul Parker used to play and he hand with a Jack in it because it's the name of his son?
Yeah.
People do like Jacks. Next hand, Jack 5.3 million, Joseph 5.1
I'm guessing that's why they've chopped the money, or split the money.
Yeah, that makes sense. Chopping makes sense with these stack sizes. I mean, one pot can make a difference where you go from last to first. 5 grand for first, 49.50 for second, 4,500 for third.
That's his voice, please. Only that is yours.
So the stack size is that close. You can see why the guys have changed the payout structure slightly. I would say it might speed up the action, but the action's been pretty fast and furious anyway. Isaac on the button first to speak. Jack 7 off.
250 first.
He passes. Jack's got 2 picture cards and will probably be raising from the small blind. Does raise, and Joseph's not interested in the 6-8.
I shouldn't take a deal. Race 250,000.
Unfortunately, if he does lose and he's flopped the nuts on his name.
So Jack on the button. Raises with a genuine hand.
I thought we saw a pair of 7s there.
Well,
was I imagining
did the 7s flash up then?
I thought I saw a pair flash up and then disappear. What keeps dinging, Towers? I thought I saw a pair of 7s, but I must be imagining things.
It's his age, Jeff.
No, what it is.
It's his age.
It's us age.
that's us Yorkshire speak.
So it's not really English speak, is it?
We're from Yorkshire.
Trying to teach Rory how to speak English. You're not helping.
So we are 3-handed and they have chopped the money. First place will get 5,000, 4,950 for second, and then 4,500 for third. I think I wrote that down right.
Sounds about right, doesn't it? Let's have a look at the original prizes.
There. If you count the top 3.
10, 12.
Have I got it right?
Looks like there's more money in your split than there is.
Well, we might make it up.
Coming out with Towers' wages.
It might be 47.50. I want to read the 9 as a 7, but I know it's 5,000 up top.
It's about 600 or 700. No, that's right, 600 or 700 below 15 grand.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
We've got it right.
Isaac folds. Jack 3-5 off suit. Gives a walk. He's played pretty well, Jack, I think.
I think they all have.
Yeah,
I must admit, I think Isaac just sat there and sat there and sat there. He's not done anything untowards until he got the chips, and then he started to change gears.
He's done the odd unorthodox thing, like that double lead out on the 4-4.
But I think that was only when he had chips. He's not done anything, and probably not able to play either his normal game or.
Remember, he randomly limped a hand that caused the 9s to go in against the Ace King as well. Nothing wrong with doing something different though. $61.20 with a 15k ante. Wow, real hand.
10 Jack for Jack. Joseph has
See how
got
big this
pocket
3-bet is.
in
There
it.
must be a 3-bet coming here from Joseph. Jack might peel some of them in position. He's on the button.
Depends how big it is, I suppose.
Yeah. He needs to make it at least 800, I think, here, being in the small blind. He doesn't really want to see a flop out position. Cool.
Wow.
Wow.
Interesting.
I don't mind that. It's unusual, but I don't mind it. It's always going to bring in the big blind as well. It's pretty lucky, actually, that the big blind, he's got a hand that crushes the big blind. So there'd be some right car crash flops we can see here. 8, 9, 10 type flop.
So just a call from the small blind brings in the big blind.
That's not the 8, 9, 10 flop.
4, King 8.
4 King what? 4 King 8.
5 for the gut shot. For Isaac. Jack has nothing.
4 King 8.
And the 9s lead out. And it's a
You'd be tempted
winner.
to call one with a good shot there, wouldn't you? You could see a flop with 6, 7.
Yeah, I don't think the bet size there makes a difference to your stack whatsoever.
No, exactly.
So
You're in position against the guy leading out. You can always give it up if it gets squeezed by Jack. Never know. So 3 left. Are these all current students, fella enough?
they are.
They're all current students, so they've seen off the old guys.
Isaac's at Leicester. Joseph is in Warwick doing entrepreneurship.
There he is, yeah, learning how to be Alan Sugar.
And our Jack is doing maths at Bristol.
That's a proper subject. Maths.
Maths.
Anything that me and Phil learned at school is a proper subject. Anything that's now been made up, like economics or whatever they were. What was it? Economics with econometrics.
Econometrics. Yeah, we can't even say it in your mind, do we?
Econometrics, is it?
If we can't even say it, I don't think we should be.
It's not even a subject.
How can it be econometrics, but it's not?
Because it's
economics?
it could be online. It could be online economics. Could be.
No, it couldn't. That doesn't say anything about what, mate.
Electronic.
Econometrics.
Electronic electronics.
Econometrics.
If anybody can tell us what econometrics are, please.
Please don't.
But don't go into detail. A one-sentence answer will suffice. Thank you.
As if you're telling a 5-year-old child.
Absolutely. Absolutely. My learning days are over. I'm quickly forgetting what I've learnt.
There wasn't much.
There wasn't a lot to forget.
I'm quickly forgetting what I learnt over the past 35 years.
35?
Yeah, well, I started school when I was 10. And I didn't do maths. 120,000. I still think that last year's student championships finished at 100, 200.
So Jack first to speak on the button, 61-20. He's going to let that go. Joseph with 7-8. You can see a limp. Or was that a raise? Looks like a limp and a check. See a flop. 6-8 queen. Bit of something for everybody there. Gut shot to the nuts for Isaac. Middle pair with backdoor straight throw for Joseph. Joseph's going to be first to bet at this. Pretty big bet, 275. Remember, it was a limp pot, so they put 120 in each plus an ante, so he's bet a full pot with the second pair. And Isaac is having to speculate with his gut shot. and backdoor diamond draw, which he's now picked up diamonds. Check from Joseph. I'm not sure about this bet from Isaac now. It doesn't really represent anything. I don't think he would have just called with a flush draw, so I think Joseph's going to call with what is still second pair. This pot, because of the size of that flop bet, this pot is getting pretty meaty for a limp and check. See Jack just having a sip of his drink on the button there, thinking, go on boys, you two have a bit of a battle. Well, he gets rid of it.
I suppose the difference between third and second is the only
significant jump.
Only really significant jump, but then obviously the title.
Exactly, that's kind of how it should be, I guess. You know, they leave something to play for now, and it also, when there's not much money to play for, but there's players leave something to play for as the title. I reckon you get all the girls if you struck around campus saying that you're the UK student champion.
Really?
You know that whole link between poker and women?
Is the one?
Definitely. Girls love it. I did at the Irish Open. I did hear some Irish girls saying to Edmund, what's his name? Edmund Young.
Eddie Young,
the DTD comp. And I just heard her repeating saying, "You're the champion of the whole UK at poker." He must have dropped that into conversation in the first or second line. I don't think he was hoping anyone else would overhear it. So Tottenham close the gap, 3-0 winners over Man United. Shows the changing times, doesn't it, when you're not even surprised that Man U get thumped against Tottenham.
Away win, home win, away win. Have a 4-timer next week.
You think that's going to be an away win? I don't think Chelsea's wheels have come off again now.
Absolutely.
They got beat off Swansea yesterday. Swansea are terrible.
Yeah, Swansea.
How Swansea have stayed up, really. Everything about them points to going down. They lost their manager.
They just weren't the worst.
Got no centre forward.
They were bad. It's just there was so many things worse.
I think so, yeah. You know, they
If you look at
started
some of
off
the teams
with.
around there, they've been awful. Like Palace had a good start this season. They've gone good.
And a Pardew, innit? What? You can do it like that if you're clever, but I'm not.
So still 300. The money has been chipped up. 5,000, 4,950 and 4,500. Finishing first, second and third in that order. No person has got the set amount, but that's just the winning order.
Isaac passed 10-6 of diamonds on the button there, Phil. Even you wouldn't pass that, 300.
On the button, 10-6, raise it up.
Raise it up. What's the worst thing that happened?
Flop comes Jack Queen King. I don't know.
Not too bad, is it? 10-6 of diamonds?
No.
Good position.
You can hit a lot of straights with 10-6 of diamonds.
I think both of them would have passed.
Yes. And we can see the cards and they would have. Still on Tres.
What does that mean for Spurs? It means they're still 7 points behind Leicester. That means they keep up the chase anyway.
It does.
There's nothing they can do if Leicester keep winning. I was comparing this to when Newcastle nearly won the league, you know, when Man United. You know, Newcastle started to stutter, didn't they, when it got to sort of March and April. Leicester just keep winning 1-0. They're not won 2-0 today, but.
Yeah, Leicester play West Ham next week.
Haven't conceded a goal for a month, have they, Leicester?
West Ham trying to get into the top 4 or 5th for Europa.
Big Andy Carroll.
7-minute hat-trick.
23?
Not him. Get out.
You know, that's his main argument. Well, the thing is, Welbeck's, when Hodgson's been manager, Welbeck scored something like 14 goals in 25 games, so, and he can play left.
That's why I was saying, is it an either or? I mean, Kane and Vardy are done, like we were saying.
Kane, Vardy and Rooney will definitely go. Then you've got Sturridge, Welbeck, Walcott.
Walcott's not really a striker now, is he?
He is. I mean, that's what he wants to be. That's what he wants to be. It's what he's played for Arsenal most of the season. Joseph with the pocket 8s here. Isaac's peeled Jack 6 offsuit from the big blind this time. I think he's he defends too wide on his big blind, does Isaac. Full 8 Seabet takes it down.
So still on 3, heading towards the end of another successful Student Championships. Side events, the cash games, the main event has been superb. Well done to the club for getting 965 seated over the course of the 3-day ones.
We've got 5 in the Super Satellite.
If you want to play in Las Vegas in June,
when does Reg close?
There is a £5 feeder. There is a £5 feeder at 7 p.m.
No, the £5 feeder is 6.
We are on 3 players. These won't be playing the satellite for Vegas, but you never know. Some of them might.
Buy a package with £5 grand.
Well, it'd be a nice trip. I don't even old enough. Oh, Jack is. Jack's 23. Joseph's 22. Which just leaves Isaac, who is 19. Isaac will have to wait. So Jack's still on 5 mil. Defending with 5 Jack.
Suited.
Oh, here we go.
They like a suited hand.
He's got top pair, but it's come hearts. Hearts. Hearts.
Isaac's got second pair. I wouldn't have thought he was going to give up to 1 bet.
Fantastic.
Isaac going wild with Queen 9. Calls the million.
Big bet, wasn't it?
3.4
million in this pot.
You gonna go get your chips now?
It was a 70-80% pot bet from Jack. Calls. Isaac calls. The turn is the 4th hearts.
Oh, wow. I think if you're Jack, you have to shut your eyes, but wow, Isaac's just shoved.
Isaac has moved all in.
Wow. I mean, it makes no sense, but I mean,
Now
you're
then,
not
Jack.
even beating every bluff, are you? You're not even beating straights or king or, 2 pairs. You're not even beating bluffs, really, with decent Jack.
He moves all in.
Another unorthodox move from Isaac.
Do you always jam a flush?
No, never jam a flush. I mean, what kind of flush are you repping there? You're repping the ace of hearts? Like, would have gone in on the flop anyway, but even if it didn't, you wouldn't.
You can only be repping a 4 or a 5 of hearts, right? Surely.
Well, no, because you wouldn't shove that, because you're only getting called by the hands of beating. You just want to get a showdown with a baby flush.
Isaac shows Queen of Diamond and 9 flag.
You have a heart? I don't have a heart. What? I don't have a heart. I know, this is a low one.
However, he did it. Isaac takes down another juicy pot, 5.4 million in that pot. Big pot for Isaac.
It's 0-0 like 2 minutes. Yeah. 3-0 now.
Isaac's going to pass the button with the 8-4 suited. And he stacks up the last pot, and Joseph gets a walk. Chip leader, Joseph. Isaac second, Jack in third. But with pots the size, everything can change.
Well done, his wife plays lines. And
Jack's got the button in this hand. 61.20 with 15k. Remember, we're down at half-hour clock.
It's 250,000.
Jack raises to 250,000.
Jack's going to raise the 7-6. As we've seen, Isaac's defender is playing pretty wide. This time he has a genuine hand. 2 black 8s. And he says re-raise. 700 grand if you want to play now, Jack. A little bit of pushing from Jack, but I'm pretty sure he'll just let this go. He hasn't been 3-bet much from Isaac in the big blind, so he probably knows he's got a genuine hand. And Isaac takes it down. A little bit of momentum turning against Jack, but as long as he keeps his cool, he's playing pretty well, I think. Isaac now a chip leader. Very close between Isaac and Joseph now. Jack would love to win a pot to get back on terms here. Isaac has got a decent hand in the small blind again. This will be a raise. Somewhere around 300. $75 made it pretty big. Jack 7-4 off. Happily gets out of the way. So as you can see, lose a couple of hands in succession, and you can soon slip down the pecking order. $5.9 million for Isaac, 5.6 million for Joseph, 3.4 for Jack. Isaac's got a pair on the button, so he's definitely going to be raising this. 2 black 5s. What's he made it there? 300, 325? 250's made it. Oh, Jack's found a hand. He just said that he needed to win the next big confrontation.
Pocket 5s.
And Jack's 3-bet the small blind tower. I don't think Isaac's going to fold yet. It felt a bit like Jack was going to make a move.
Oh, he's in.
Anyway, it's in. And
oh, he stands up. They both stand up. They shake their hands.
Everybody off.
Very friendly.
Do you reckon?
Very friendly. Everybody seems to pat each other and gives them a fist bump, and they're shaking the hands when we're all in and a call.
There's only ever the dealer left when everybody's all in.
They all stand on the rail. It's what they do on the TV. Yeah. The EPTs and the World Series. Who is all in? It is
definitely
Jack.
Jack's been a little bit beaten up the last 4 or 5 hands.
Jack Amarji is all in with Ace King. Oh, a 5 on the flop as well.
Flop.
Wowzers!
Wow. It felt like that was coming, you know. Just the deck turned a little bit against him.
The tenor of Jack. Oh, that is it.
Well, that's it.
And that is.
Yeah.
That is it. There are no redraws. And we are down to heads up. Jack Amarji has just been eliminated in 3rd place for £4,500. I'm sure there'll be a 2 or 3 minute break moving the chips, but all the stacks are going straight across. We have just lost Jack in 3rd. We're down to 2. Isaac Carlisle, Joseph Kwok. Heads up for the title. Back in 1 minute.
Gentlemen, it's going to be a new blind level. You're going to be a small blind because you're big last time. Can't be small twice, right? You're 80,000, you're 160. There is no running ante-blinds.
With it being heads up, guys, it's going to be a lot quicker now, so please ensure that the cards are one box.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah. Okay. Did you tell about all them? If you're all in and a call, keep the cards face down until we get the tower to film it. Yeah? So if there's an all in and call, keep the cards face down. If let's say you go all in as a call, just keep the cards face down until we get the tower because we need to film the last time at the end of the day. Okay? That's all.
One day as well, yeah. Gentlemen, heads up. Good luck, guys.
Haven't you got one?
Okay, round about 18,160. There is no anti-hiccup, so only the money.
Well, straight into heads up, ladies and gentlemen. No break, straight into heads up. Isaac has a 2-1 chip lead. A 2-1 chip lead. 61-20, no running antes. Heads up.
Tell you what I hate is picking up a rag hand like Jack 3 off when in the very first hand of heads up. Because you feel like you've got to establish a kind of dynamic.
Yeah.
But really a Jack 3 off, if that was 10 hands into the heads up, you'd just give him a walk.
Mm.
And he's raised it and been shoved onto a King Jack, and that's the end of that. But it's horrible to pick up raggy hands right at the start. You want to establish yourself as dominant and, you know, how your style's going to be in the heads up game.
Shot. Take 10,000 back. 80,000. Take 10 back. Price 325,000. Call. 2 players.
Three spades for 3 flops for the spades, 5 spades on the flop. Doesn't check.
400,000.
Final bet 400,000.
So we see a flop of 3, 4, 5. We've got
the kahunas.
The flop that flopped the nuts against a straight draw
up and down
and a flush draw. This is the first all in a call on the final. The first all in a call. Heads up.
The only one at the table is PK. Dealer and
He's
PK.
everywhere. All the guys have gone to the rail to root the boys. So, do we fade a flush?
We've got a Russian bear in the way at the minute. Go on, Dennis.
Fade a flush or a 7 for a chop.
So Joseph, yeah, he needs a 7.
Turn smoke straight in.
Spade.
That'll do. We've got a double up with a 9-6.
No, he hasn't got a straight.
He ain't got no straight flush draws, no draws, no nothing. The 9-6 of spades, double straight up. Not only did he hit the 1 spade, he hit 2 spades. So Joseph has doubled himself up, completely turning things on their head.
So now he's 2-1 chip leader.
So he is now 2-1 chip leader. For counting all the stacks, they will be counting the full stacks.
total was 4,820,000.
I believe you were 4. So 8 million.
6, 7, 8.
So we're checking the stacks. It is a full, complete double up for Joseph Kwok from Warwick.
As opposed to a not complete double up.
Yeah. You can get more than a double up, can't you?
Yeah, when you're saying a full double up.
Yeah, it is a full double up.
Well,
That's what it's called.
That's just a double up. take the word full out of that sentence.
Okay.
And it still doesn't. Still means exactly the same.
So Joseph Kwok is now big chip leader, 11 million to 3.5.
3 to 1 chip leader. That was massive. Poor old Isaac, all he did was flop the nuts.
Your head's up for the title and you flop the nuts. Dreams are made of these things. But he hadn't flopped the nuts with the redraw to the nuts.
No,
and then with the coconuts as the redraw to the redraw to the coconuts. He ain't got all that, you see.
He was gambling with the nuts, and it all worked. So back to the drawing board a bit for Isaac.
Can you go on like inner tilt when you get face on because you just lost a big hand where you know it was championship material, but you're just like fold this hand and fold that hand?
What do you mean?
Just like you don't want to play a hand for the next few because he's just lost. It could have been champion.
It's not really tilt that though, is it? It's quite controlled to be able to do that. To just not play any hands for fear of playing them badly. You're kind of controlling yourself a bit. It's quite a good idea, really. You can definitely go on in a tilt where you're on tilt but you're not showing any external signs of it. So you're just controlling your emotions inside. Is, half the battle. It's very unlucky though. I had that in the semi-finals of the World Heads Up when I was trying to win it for a second time. And I played against Leon Louis. And he limped kings on the button, and I just checked 6-7, and it came 3-4-5.
Nice.
And we got all the chips in, and I couldn't work out how I could lose.
Yeah.
But I managed to.
Pairs the board, and then
paired the board and hit king on the river.
Figure out how to lose.
But I did.
Oh, actually, no, it didn't pair the board. It came like 3-4-5 was say 2 spades.
Yeah.
It came spades. To get
Oh,
king
right.
flush.
Crazy enough, that's the hand I lost in last night. I flopped the nuts. With 2 spades, 3rd spade came the turn. They just folded. Couldn't see how I was at. Well, didn't that guy? Is that the hand you got but now where he flopped the nuts?
Yeah. The nut straight against 3-4-5.
3-4-5. The other guy's got up and down with his spade draw.
Well, he's got the 6-9.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a cooler. But you just feel unlucky for Isaac, who flopped the nuts and got all the money in for the title. Yeah. And he's drawn dead on the turn. Yeah.
So 12-3. Or 10-7. If you want to, as it nearly is.
12-3.
Still, they were still paying 61-20, right?
We are. Yeah.
So it's not desperate.
Oh, 81-60 now.
81-60, sorry.
80,160.
Just under 20 bigs is Isaac.
Are they the biggest blinds we've seen? 100-200 is the biggest blinds we've ever seen.
We saw bigger in the Goliath, didn't we?
Yeah.
100-200.
No,
was
Goliath.
100-200 was a lot of final hand. It's the biggest we've ever been.
Maybe.
We've never been ever bigger.
It might be right because Katie was short, wasn't she? Mika had a massive chip lead by the time they got
He had like 100 mil.
We've never been bigger than 100,
I
200.
think he had 100 million, 109 million or something, and she had 10 million. So, quite sure. I think maybe the blinds have just gone up because the players are just putting the wrong blinds in. There we go.
81.60.
The gaffer is
As they get
sorted them out.
shouted, don't forget to put your cards in the box, even though there's only 2 of you.
A limp from Joseph on the button.
It is.
Looked quite limpy. Nope, raised to 360. Isaac. We've seen Isaac played pretty wide from his big blind. It's actually a tactic that works better heads up than it does multi-way, so he's defended his big blind pretty wide. I'm going to see a flop with a 4-5 offsuit.
Well, he hits his 4. He hits his 4, takes the lead.
Joseph's definitely going to fire 1 and possibly fire 2.
Wow.
Right, just moved all in. Wow, pot and pair all in.
Certainly only getting called when you're behind. You know you're behind.
100%.
But it worked on that time.
Draw there as well, so even a 10 will probably call. I guess they're only playing for 50 quid. I mean, depends how excited you are by the title or not.
Yeah, true.
As we said, that's how you get all the girls at uni. Poker wasn't even invented when I was at uni. Didn't even exist.
I got into it. Never played in my life. I think I played 5 rounds when I was a kid. Didn't like it.
We used to play brag. 3-card brag and that was it. 3-card brag and pontoon.
They still play
They were
brag.
the only 2 games.
North East, you can go in the social clubs, they're still playing brag.
They were the only 2 games we ever played. 3-card brag and pontoon. Every now and again played a bit of Queenie.
Until Queenie got too old for it. Smiley Kaufman. I bet they're hoping that Smiley wins, aren't they, in the headline rating officers?
I bet he weren't 10 to 1 second favourite when he started.
Oh, he's done alright this season, Smiley has, but he's pretty new.
The old Deuce 9.
Oh, Deuce only had 7-9 on the 7-7 Deuce.
So,
Isaac's got him absolutely crushed.
Has he moved all in? He's moved all in for 3.3 million.
There's the less than 1% sign that I was telling Rory about.
Oh,
yeah?
yeah?
You don't see the less than 1% very often.
Yeah.
There it is. Less than 1%.
Well, the flop's 7-7 Deuce, so Joseph will call this, won't he?
What's he drawn to here?
Well, he's basically drawing dead.
Yeah, but what's the less than 1%?
It needs 2-2.
Rory.
Yes.
So, just verification.
Yeah, he's running deuces.
Or running 9s. But seeing as though he's holding a 9, he can't, that will only be a split pot, won't it?
Yeah, split pot.
Yeah.
No,
No, he's running. He's basically drawing to 2-2. He's basically drawing to 2-2 or 9-9. That's it. Or I'm expecting Isaac to double up. 99.5% of the time, you get a double up, and that is it. There's the double. Back in the game, leveling chips.
Are they level now?
Alright, well, 11-6, maybe 8-6, 8.5, 7.5, 5, 7.5, 6.5 maybe.
I think Joseph trying to get the job finished a bit early there. Big call.
The old Deuce 9, the Montana banana. The old Montana banana.
Yeah, I'll start once I've got the 3 years, obviously it was all 3 years after my Strangely enough, there's only 3 of you cats. You won this event, the other guy won the high roller. And the other.
That's 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, 7, 3, 7, 9.
790. email in another link.
Dina. Dina.
3790. 3.79.
I'll take something. So that's 1 million, 1.2. 1.5, yeah? Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, I know. I'll take 1 million.
So still counting the chips.
Well, Ross is doing his work here. Look.
Still good old Yanis. That's it. Get chucked in, Yanis. Get helping the guys out. That's exactly what we need. All hands on deck.
There we go. They're colouring up a bit. Take some of those Spanish chips off. As Tower called them earlier. The yellow and reds.
Get the blues on. That's what we need. The bigger chips. They've got 7 million each. Look.
Wow.
That's exactly what we need. Get all them blue chips on.
If it hadn't been chopped, it would have been now, I would have thought. Very level in chips now. And really, back to the drawing board. This could be a long heads up. Got about 50 bigs each of the Tower.
160 is the 40. Yep. 50 bigs is 8 million.
Yeah, so just under 50 bigs each. That is a deep heads up.
We could be here a while. Money's been sorted. 5,000 for first, 4,950 for second. All depends who gets the extra £50 and the title and all the photos and the accolades and going into a press release.
And the girls.
Do you write the press release? No? You used to. So, ace 4 and a king 2 jack flop against the flush draw.
2 spades.
Now, if Isaac goes silly, Joseph will call.
Spade on the turn is going to be interesting.
Is that 350? 550. That's a big bet.
Wow.
That's how Luke's 550. There he gets the same information, betting 200.
Yep, I agree. I think some of the bet sizing has been a bit overly aggressive, and maybe the fact that they've chopped the money and they're not as bothered as they would be.
Small and big blind boys.
So that was the one. Jack Amarji finishing in 3rd place for 4,500. Well done to Jack. Well done to all the finalists. Started today with 11. It took us about 3 hours to get to the final.
Yep.
It was a long stretch to get to the final, but once we got there, a great game. All the stacks were nigh on level at one point. I think our short stack was the short stack was something like 20 bigs and the big stack was 40, so it was pretty level. And then a couple of hands that determined. I know George Gorvet was one-time chip leader, but went out 5th.
Lost a big flip, didn't he? But a bit unlucky, really. Ace king into 9s for 20 bigs each. Pointing up there. Pointing right at it. What's wrong with the team event? Any idea, Tower, whether this affects
we
it?
got to mention that Bournemouth and Southampton, or Bournemouth and somebody else had split it. But if Joseph Kwok wins, we think Warwick.
He's from Warwick.
Will win the team event.
So if Joseph wins this,
if Joseph wins it, we end up as Warwick wins the team event. Yes.
And if he doesn't win this,
then it's a split pot.
Then it's a split pot.
Yeah.
Nobody likes a split pot.
No. And then what they have to do with the table is share it for 6 months each, and hopefully don't spill beer on it at all,
No,
And
there is something in the
and
terms.
then toss up after 12 months to see who wins it outright.
I don't know what happens if it's joint. We'll have to find that out if it happens, I guess.
Well, at the moment, all eyes are on Joseph because he has a chance for
can
winning
win
it.
See, not only will he get all the girls for winning the tournament, he'd also be a hero. Get all the boys as well if he wants them.
Get all the boys for winning the team event.
Strutting round, I led the team to glory.
Yeah. They could be sat playing on their own manufactured table from cardoondirect.com on a week on Monday when they all go back to college or university.
Back to school on Monday.
Back to school. They're not back to school tomorrow. I guarantee that.
So Joseph, who we were just talking about there, University of Warwick, just taking a bit of a early lead in this heads-up battle. Since they went back to level chips, he's now 8.6 to around 6 ahead. He's got the 7 deuce off. There's no prizes for that in this game. Instant pass.
So as we are heads up, I'd like to thank everybody concerned with running the live stream. Thanks to Jeff for joining us in the comms box on this final. Thanks a lot, Mr. Jeffrey.
Pleasure.
Your next trip down to Reading?
Down to Reading, I mean, yeah. I'm not, I don't know if there's anything before that.
We'll see you Reading.
I've got to book Vegas really this week. Vegas for the summer.
Yes.
The next thing on the agenda, but yeah, I think Reading's the next live event. I like Reading. Reading's good.
Well, thanks to Jeff for joining us in the comms box. Thanks to all the guys that have chipped in during the week for the live stream before the tower turned up on Saturday.
Before the tower turned up.
Saturday and Sunday.
You speak about yourself in the third person now.
We got the SOS call from the drunken stewards.
By popular demand, the tower donned his cape.
Yeah, I logged into the chat box one day and it's like, oh my god, the tower's watching.
Are you a real tower? Are you?
So thanks to everybody. It was a great event. Well done to the staff. 965 runners.
Amazing amount of runners.
So
shows the future of UK poker is in good health when there's so many youngsters getting into it and loving a deep stack tournament.
Absolutely. No, it's been a great event. Run fantastic. Nice one. Good to see Rory doing the online malarkey, and when he's ironed out all the problems and he's sorted everything out, the Grosvenor Poker app will be awesome to play on. But don't forget, you can still qualify now for Vegas.
Starts right now.
Starts at 7 p.m. if you want to get in. The £5. The £5.
Yeah.
The £5.
Finished. That'll be done now.
Finished.
So 7 o'clock tournament. How many are in it? 5 people in it. 200 quid a piece. The package is worth £2,500. So you don't need to be a mathematician of Towers standard to know that 5 200s don't equal 2,500. So nice little bit of overlay there, and you win yourself a nice trip to Vegas in the summer for a World Series event.
I'll be logging myself on tomorrow. Rory will see the name, big letters. Tower is here.
Imagine if the Tower won a package to come to Vegas with us.
We have an all-in and a call.
All-in and call. This is huge.
This is enormous. Ace 9 against pocket 4s.
4s for Isaac.
This could be the end.
What's the chip stack?
9.1 for Joseph. So if he hits, he can become champion.
And that takes University of Warwick to champion as well.
And it will also mean Warwick are champions of the world. Flop time. Oh, he's done it.
Top 2 best.
Ace 9 6 is the flop. 4s need to hit to survive.
There's no backdoor flush draw for the 4s, so
we are down to 2 4s in the deck. Oh, we have a champion. I'm sure I think they'll be checking the stacks. I am convinced they will be checking the stacks.
He's done it.
We are checking the stacks. Joseph Kwok might be the student champion. We're going to check the stacks, but we might have a winner in Joseph Kwok from Warwick. Isaac Carlisle, what a great game. We're just going to count the stacks, but we could have a champion. We'll sure we'll be speaking to him very shortly. But the stacks are there. The guys don't know. They're both stood behind me, down to the side of me, both checking the stacks. I'm sure they'll be shaking hands very soon if we see that Joseph has got more chips. Isaac says he's got him. Will we have a champion? We are still counting the stacks. Have we got a champion at this hand? Isaac from Nottingham University in Leicester. Have we got a champion?
Okay, guys, give a big round.
We have. Wow. Wow, we're going to have a word with the guys. Isaac, quick word, young man. What a fantastic final that was. Enjoyed it?
Yeah, really good fun, really good fun. I didn't think I'll even... This is my 6th bullet as well, so
really?
I needed to come first or second to make the money back, pretty much. But,
nice for you to split the money as well, 3 days.
Yeah, it's good, because it was really close. When we split, we were all on about 5 million, so we got to split it.
Second out of 695, that's not bad. 965, sorry, nearly 1,000 runners.
Yeah.
That's not bad, is it?
It's very good, yeah.
Week off, or are we straight back into it?
I think I might play at the Alea on Tuesday. Tuesday night.
Straight into it. And then back to uni down in Leicester.
Yeah, back to uni a couple of weeks.
Fantastic. I'm sure people have been watching the live stream. I'm sure they'll have been entertained. Isaac, fantastic. Great effort in finishing second. Well done, Isaac. But we're going to speak to the champion, Mr. Joseph Kwok. Joseph. There were 965 runners. You are the last remaining. How do you feel?
Amazing.
Good final?
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I was like quite short at the beginning, and there's a great comeback.
It was, and I've just said to Isaac, splitting the money 3 ways as well certainly helped. Obviously with the money, but you were very level in chips, weren't you?
Yeah, I think like it's more fair, and I think everyone will be happy with that.
Absolutely. Great final as well. Right from the beginning as well. It was a really good final. Have you enjoyed your week?
Yeah, really good.
Are you coming back next year?
Probably.
We're gonna get Yanis to present the trophy. Can we have a big round of applause, please, for the champion, Mr. Joseph Kwok? What a fantastic event. This fella is going to have the photos. We're going to get him in front of there. We're going to take all the pictures. But forever will be known, Joseph Kwok is champion of the students 2016. Get yourself sat down there, sir, and fingers crossed we'll see it again for the Student Championships in 2017 from the Tower and the team at the Student Championships. Ta-ta.